Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, December the 5th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, Roger. So what's happening this morning? So KWEB, the ETF, still really strong. Fading a little bit, though. We did not see any fade at all on Friday. So we're seeing, I'm not going to go over all of the China stocks that are up, but I mean, all the usual suspects, the Lees, the Lies, the NIOs, the XPAVs probably. As a Canadian, how could I not buy AEH? I love this symbol, A. So anyway, EH, they did say that they had some kind of a director, announced the appointment of a director. So there's actually a little bit of news for it specifically. Now this one, now this is what you call putting your money where your mouth is. Unless I'm reading this wrong, it's the a director bought 10 million shares at $6.50. $6.50. So basically put $65 million. He now owns 30. Oh, okay. Well, anyway, here's the 10 million at $6.50. So it's not a low float, but man, oh man, what an interesting news release. Now, what do we have? 870 looks like the next area of resistance for IOVA. ENSC, let's see, now it popped up to 3. It's pulled back quite a bit. And they announced the completion of the clinical portion of overdose protection, etc. This is, I believe it's an opioid. I think it's an opioid. Yeah, it's an opioid play. So ENSC. And how's our favorite? How's that COPS doing? Of course, we all know how it's doing. Well, again, at least they announced the financing before the market opened. Hopefully, nobody was holding this thinking it was just going to keep going higher. And that's TLPS. I think the financing was done at $2, 13.5 million raised at $2. So look, I know there are a lot of China stocks up. I picked a couple of them, the EH and the data, just a couple of cheap ones. Data through the 200-day moving average on Friday held. But with KWEB kind of getting a little bit softer here, guys, a little bit softer. I can't remember on Friday. Let's see. Yeah, okay, so before the market opened, KWEB had a bit of a downturn. This is Friday. I'm sorry this is Friday pre-market. So I had a bit of a downturn, and then when the market opened, though, 45 actually an hour and 15. I'm sorry, 45 minutes straight up, 15. Yeah, sorry, 45 minutes straight up, and then it really never give it up all day on Friday. Let's see, is that a V or a U? V, I think it's a V, VFC. I'm gonna read my scrawl this morning, VFC. And the reason this is down, CEO retires and guidance has been cut. Okay, so I don't know if he abruptly retired or this was planned. Well, in fact, there it is. Okay, he has abruptly retired as the chairman, president, and CEO, guys. So this is one to watch for sure. Hmm. So that was an abrupt retirement, and they're guiding. So they don't release earnings until the 27th, but they're already kind of prepping the market that it's not going to be great. NKTX. is moving down. Sorry, gapping up. Positive data, updated clinical data, et cetera, et cetera. So as we speak, the market's reacting somewhat positively. They must have done it on Friday. Because there was the pop Friday afternoon. That's the mauve area right there in our charts. And then highly speculative, excuse me, SHPH, highly speculative, had a kind of a big day on Friday. Hard to tell because right there's that Friday action and continuation so far. Trade of the week is silver. Well, not silver, the metal, but the company, First Majestic, and that is AG. And it is considered live at $9.67. So, and of course, it hasn't triggered. I don't count the pre-market anyway, but has not triggered. So again, we've got a bunch of China stocks. We have NIO, EH, LI, VIPS. Now AVXL I was looking at, but when I first saw it, it had popped all the way up here, AVXL all the way up to 1383, but then it's pulled right back. It's actually basically flat. So that is AVXL. I don't see any specific news for it. Tupperware, I saw just came in here. Tupperware, TUP, getting close to a lifetime low. Thank you, Leaf in YouTube. Yeah, I'm just looking. I'm trying to find a non-China stock. DBGI, I think that's no DGBI. That's Digital Brands. Okay. All right. DBGI. DBGI. It's up 10%. Good volume. Crazy low float. DBGI. So that could get active as we progress through the day. Let's see what else is happening here. RXT, which was Rackspace. Yeah, Rackspace. So RXT, bit of a drop here. It's had a nice, kind of a nice 4 days, but kind of a drop now for RXT. OVA is starting to give it up. IOVA. You're gonna really interested in this one. I mean, the only issue is probably a lot of resistance right around 880. I mean, from 812 to 880 would be awesome, but this, going forward, I mean, the fact that this guy bought 10 million shares at 650, this director, so he obviously has great faith in the company. I put way more credence in insider buys and insider sells. Selling can be for any reason. Guy needs a new home. Guy's got kids to put through school. You know what I mean? Could be for any reason. Now, all of us, if you have a flock of them selling, but when I see insider buys, unless I mean, I know a lot of companies have a certain, like some of the directors or C-suiters, I think they're supposed to buy a certain amount every quarter. But in this particular case, I don't think anybody said you got to buy 10 million shares at 650. I don't think so. That's where we need William. Williams, sure he'll be here later. All right, PRTS is popping a little bit here. Yeah, I'm just looking. Headline: Former Amazon executive joins as the COO. And he brings absolutely unparalleled e-commerce and brick and mortar experience or expertise, sorry. So those are companies that are being added to the S&P 600. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. Oh, did he really? Oh, okay. Thank you, Larry. Didn't know that. Wow, that's saying much. That's saying something because he hates holidays, in the market. So that is saying something. Yeah, it may have been in jest. I just can't believe it. Well, let's take a look at a few of those then. Sometimes those have interesting days, when they make an announcement that they're being added. Yes, I don't see. I'm just looking for headlines on that. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay. I have the S&P. Okay, I've got SJW joining the. I have Allegro and CubeSmart to join the S&P Midcap 400. These guys, this one, the 600. Oh, I see. I see what's happened. So it looks like SMTC is going from the 400 to the 600. There we go. Oh, I see. And Tupperware has been dropped. Yeah, all this interesting juggling of the various S&P. What do you even call them? I mean, I know the individual names, but as a blanket term, I don't know what to really call them. Well, the market is fading. I mean, look at the market. Somebody said Roger says, most of the gappers are fading. Look at the market. We're in for a bit of a rocky open anyway. All right, 9:13. Let's see what the analysts are talking about this morning as far as upgrades and downgrades. First time in a while, we've sort of have an equal number of upgrades and downgrades instead of way more downgrades than upgrades. So let me get a few of them in. This is from briefing.com, nothing to do with trade ideas. I'm going to check to see nothing from Goldman. We had a nice one from Wedbush last week. I can't remember what it was, but they had an upgrade for something and price target, and it did quite well. Can't remember which one it was. What we're really looking for is, upgrading and then putting some kind of a crazy price target on it. Okay, there are the upgrades. Starbucks has been downgraded by Deutsche Bank. All right, so there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades this morning. I don't see anything from Goldman. I don't. So if anybody has any insight on some stock that's been, because I can't really tell, of course, from these headlines, any insight for some stock that's had a like a crazy price target, you're sitting at 10 and they've got a price target of 60, something like that. Let us know. Yeah, the VFC, that is the very interesting one, because this is an abrupt resignation. And when you look underneath, the next low looks like around 30, okay? 30.21 is the next low. So, I mean, it's not that far away from the next low looking left. But if it could ever crack that, then, 28. So, I mean, it's what I don't want to see is a bit of a pop up. What I want to see is this sort of resting here, and then maybe when the market opens, starts to move down immediately. And I'm going to have to see it. This, of course, is going to be a 10-day daily breakdown for sure. It may hit my 10-day daily breakdown, but it won't be a lifetime low. That's the only issue. If it were a lifetime low, that looks like where the lifetime lows are, around 26. All right, let's take a look at the sectors. So I'm going to click on new from our toolbar, click on docked channel bar, and then scroll down till I see sector status. And so interesting. So every sector is down except energy. So this is what you're looking at. These are the major ETFs, XLE, the major ETF for the energy sector. So when you see 100% in green, what that means is that every single stock that makes up XLE is above Friday's close as we speak. Doesn't mean they're hugely above, but as long as they're, there's like 0.8% above, but every stock is above. So I'm assuming the price of oil pops a little bit. And then you can see there is no other positive sector, the usual suspects, XLK, 93%, and that would be reflective. Of course, the market is, in for definitely a pretty negative open. So there's XLK, 93% are down from Friday's close, etc. So no positive sector other than energy right now. So let's take a look at where they are now in relation to their 200-day moving averages. So there's XLE, of course, still strong above that 200-day moving average. Let's see retail. Retail's been flirting with it. Yeah, I see it's flirting with it, but yeah, right there, I don't know if you can see. You can see that dot. Well, it's a dotted line because I have a green and a blue, and it turned into for my colors. Anyway, um, so it's still hanging right around the 200-day moving average, XRT. Yeah, upgrades and downgrades, Bill. Yeah, somebody in our YouTube group. Yeah, they're just analysts' opinions of stocks. To upgrade them or downgrade them. Sometimes they put price targets on them. Just analysts' opinions. XLP, consumer staple, still above the 200-day. Healthcare should still be above the 200-day. Yeah, well above it. Industrials will be above the 200-day. Financials will be above, but not much, I don't think. Yeah, well, yeah, not much. Now here's one that'll be down. Discretionary XLY should be below the 200-day, and Yeah, you can't even see it. The 200-day is way up here, 156. So it is still weak. Consumer discretionary, so still weak. Materials, XLB. But so I mean, you see, most of the sectors are above the 200-day moving average still. Now, here, of course, the two that aren't, XLK was almost there, almost there. Look at that day on Thursday, almost got right to it. Just a couple of pennies below, it looks like. So, but the bad one, the worst performing sector by far is communications, XLC. Again, we can't even see it. Where is it? 57.17. So it's at 51. So it's way above here. Let's see if I can put them in there into YouTube. Oh, I do that. I forgot to do it. That's all, Bill. Again, that doesn't mean because a stock has an upgrade that you buy it and a downgrade to short it. These are just opinions, okay? But sometimes you may see your stock there. Maybe you're looking at something or you already hold something. You go, okay, got an upgrade or oops, got a downgrade. Again, it doesn't, it, the only time I really, really pay attention is if I get one stock with multiple, say, upgrades or downgrades, especially in the downgrades. And what do I mean by multiple is that you get several firms downgrading the same stock, as an example. I haven't seen that for a while. Or if I see something from Goldman, I'll take a look, and especially if they put some kind of an aggressive price target on it. Okay, guys, so we are again in for this. The market is, I had that big red bar. Not sure, don't know if any specific numbers came out at that point. That was at 8:45. Somebody asked what WW means, worth watching. Worth watching. Okay. Worth watching. Well, short interest. Okay, let's take a look at CPNG as an example. Okay. Short interest isn't much. So the short interest is typically that percentage that you see there, that if you can see my single stock window, 2.6%. So what that means is it's a huge float, a billion in the float, 2.6 is, of that is short. Okay, that's what that means. Where that comes into play is if you had say a fairly low float stock with a high short float interest and all of a sudden has some news that for whatever reason, it could be great news, like an earnings play, or maybe some news, or who knows, maybe some room has got a hold of it. When I say that, I mean, so somehow, it's being pumped in some Reddit group, and all of a sudden it just starts to soar. Well, again, if you have a high short interest, short float percent, if you were short that stock, what would you be doing right now? You'd be probably saying, "Oh my gosh, I better start covering." Okay, so but in this particular case, in Coupang, I mean, I look at the short interest as hardly anything. That makes sense? It'll impact the price movement if there's some really big news. I don't see one earnings play. Nothing that is meeting my filter requirements. I was scrolling down. I see nothing. Of course, I'm not going to see very, very rarely will any company release after hours on a Friday, which would have been the minus 0.25. But I don't see any 0.25s at all. Okay. Which means it doesn't mean there aren't any, but it means that with I don't know, and my filters here aren't tough. I mean, they're not really tough. 3% from the close, 10,000 shares, that's it. And price is at least $1. So with those filters in place, nothing is passing. Nothing says 0.25. So, I mean, we're not in earnings season at all. And also on the way down, I don't see anything. Now, we might, I'm sure we're going to have a few tomorrow, but yeah, I mean, we don't know. We just don't know. With VA, I haven't seen it not bouncing yet, but you wouldn't think. I mean, a bounce candidate. I mean, this is pretty damning, excuse me, darning news. But CEO abrupt exit, not just a planned exit, and also now guiding lower. They don't release until the 27th of January, but they're already prepping the market that not going to be pretty. I mean, listen, but it could bounce. Yeah, obviously, it could bounce. Anything could happen. We just don't know until the market opens. I wish it were closer to an all-time low, and then I could probably be one of those ones that I'd be really eyeballing right at the open if it started to move down. Even though that's not, I don't like to trade right at the open, but I'll make exceptions if it's pretty terrible news like that and it's near the all-time low or at the all-time low. But in this case, and the other thing though is the next low looking left is actually pretty close. See 3012, I mean it's at 3098 right now, 3096 or so. So it's not that far away really. So I mean that could hold it up. And again, who knows? Maybe this guy was wildly unpopular and the market might say, oh, thank goodness we got rid of that guy. I don't know. Okay, guys, give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, so we're getting close to the open. I don't have William here, so maybe he did, maybe he wasn't kidding. Needed a 1 day off. When you say Viru is not an earnings play though, is it? Oh, you're right, it is an earnings play. I wonder why. Oh, I know why. It's not showing up because it's only down 1.8%. So, okay, so Viru is an earnings play. All right, guys, less than a minute to the market open. So let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. And again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. I'm just gonna watch VFC, see how it opens. Pretty flat. So these are some simulated trades that I kept in over the weekend. That's what you're seeing here. Probably should get rid of the e-health. Okay, we are now open. All right, TXMD. TXMD is now had the big pop in the pre-market, big pop, then it pulled right back down, basically got flat. All right, okay, first little downturn for VFC. VFC. Now you mentioned somebody mentioned that Coupang. Well, CPNG on the way down here. Boy, Billy is still pretty strong. I know it's a China stock, but it's also an earnings play from last week. Gambling stop, MLCO, a little bit strong. Wow, they've had a nice run. Again, all to do with China lifting or easing COVID restrictions, I guess, and Macau. So there's BZ and Billy. BZ and Billy are kind of trading. Billy was definitely better. It had no red days, but BZ, another earnings play from last week, China stock. So again, if you're going to play China, make sure that you have KWEB somewhere. Okay, keep an eye on KWEB, and I mean it's not. And in fact, I mean if you see a China stock moving in contrary to what KWEB is doing, well, it's pretty strong. Love to see, if you're going to take a China stock, though, probably like to see KWEB working with you, but it's not 100%, of course. And these two, BZ and Billy, they may be just still reacting to earnings. So look at BZ right at the 200-day moving average. 2141 is the 200-day. Will that stop it? By the way, guys, I don't know if the term is chickened out, but I'm out of my swing of the BBW. This was when I took at I think $24. When it got up to what did it get up to? 24.79? No, 25.67. I looked at that whole number. I looked at that 25.50, and I just don't have the stomach to swing anything. But it was a nice little run off earnings. So here's one that had a great run on earnings on Friday, November 30th. Yeah. So this had a great day. I'm sorry, when was November 30th? That was Wednesday. So had a great run from Wednesday. I guess that was it right here. And on Friday, I mean, this was almost straight up for a while. Look at that. And so this is a continuation, deep sea transportation, freight transportation. Of course, that's in the news. Oh, just go away. What's Bed Bath and Beyond doing? BBBY. Okay. So the memers have got a hold of this one right now. Okay. Lots of volume coming in. BBBY. Let's check out AMC just for fun to see if reacting the same way. Yeah, a little bit. Volume coming in. But K-Web is definitely so the China you're probably going to see most of the China stocks fading now. Those of you with IB, don't forget, I think you have to fill out some forms no later than by January, just to show that you are not a professional trader. Otherwise, you'll have your data yanked. So this one had a great day on Friday. Actually, it's had so some of these cannabis plays. I don't know if they're all looking like this, but certainly this little one, SNDL, big float. You know, it's a big float. So that's a pretty great move, 250 to three something with that float. Yeah, I saw what you posted, Captain. Captain. Let's take a look at MJ. I saw you posted that in the pre-market. Take a look at MJ. What is MJ doing? It's up, modestly 15 cents, 2%, but it's probably looking like a lot of the cannabis plays. I mean, that looks like SNDL. Let's take a look at CGC. I just have my doubts, but yeah, they're all kind of looking like this then with including today, 4 green candles. I'm sure Tilray looks the same. Yeah, they all look the same. So, whoa. Yeah, so look at China, guys. Look at a lot of these China stocks that were flying high in the pre-market, and you just have to look at KWeb. I mean, KWeb is basically doing the same thing with a opening 15-minute red candle. And we have a halt now. STG just got halted. STG just got halted on the way up. So what's this story here? This is a China stock. It's got halted on the way up. STG, very low float. Not very much volume yet. You can see it doesn't trade very much because that 73,000 represents 97 times normal up to this time of day. So this does not trade very much, but it just got halted. STG just got halted. Yeah, terrible float, terrible spread. 811, 830. Boy, Fetch is still weak. Look at this. This Fetch just got hammered on Thursday. Friday had a bit of a respite, but continues down now. FTCH. EH has been a little bit rocky. I mean, there was a big bottoming tail looking like most of the China stocks, but it has come right back up. They had an appointment of some director, but this is early. I mean, when you see topping tails and bottoming tails in the first 15 minutes, it's kind of like a direction unknown. But look at the market. Look at the SPY. SPY's putting in a nice big positive trying to put in a positive opening green bar. And as Zach said, MSOS, MSOS. This is the, I guess this is the cannabis ETF to watch instead of MJ. I think MJ doesn't trade quite as much. Yeah, so I mean, they're going to do the same, but one trades a lot, looks like one trades a lot more, MSOS, so more liquid. So Shady's looking to short VFC under 35. Yeah, it could be good. I mean, I wish that 30 level wasn't there. That low right there, 3021, 3021. But yeah, I mean, CEO abruptly resigning, and they're guiding poorly for their upcoming earnings release, which is still a while away. A while away. It's almost 2 months away. All right, showing up now, guys. But it just popped right back up. So VFC is now showing. I'm sorry, that's another one. Coupang CPNG showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Showed up right off the bat at 1867. Here's the 200-day 1685. How's Iova doing? But Coupang CPNG, I don't see any news on them. I mean, they released early this month. I don't see any news on them. Other than some company that's on the first with a target of 25. Yeah, it's definitely good speculation on cannabis plays, guys. MSOS. Well, at least this one held the 200-day moving average. I don't think they should be trading around the same, but I don't mean price wise, but come on. For some reason, I don't have the 200 day on my MJ chart, but okay. So yeah, I mean, this is, speculation. I mean, if you believe that something good, positive is going to happen to the cannabis industry sector tomorrow with your government, well, STG opened, so the volume picked up a little bit. Not huge though. STG. Fubo, guys. Fubo. Look at this little move for Fubo. Look at the volume coming into Fubo here. FUBO. Or, it's a communication stock that's been just clobbered like most of them. Don't see any specific news for it, but there's a lot of volume coming in. It's not a low float, 173 million in the float, so certainly not a low float situation. I don't see any news for Fubo. other cannabis play is Grow Generation, GRWG. They're all looking the same. All the speculation that something finally big positive is going to come out of your government, but it remains to be seen if that's going to happen. So I wouldn't go crazy. All right. Well, I am watching the VFC. I just wish it had more room underneath, but just kind of holding around that 3080 mark. Oof, God, I got up the BBW. All right, so PSTG had earnings last week. This was the earnings reaction right there. Where's the next high for Fubo? Next high for Fubo is 313. If somehow it can get through 313, then the next high is 357. So let's see if it can just kind of settle down a bit here. I just don't see any news for it. Okay, now look at Nordstrom's, guys. JWN, that's not good. Let me take a look at 1931. Yeah. See, the next high looking left is 1931 and then 19. So it may get supported, around that 19 level. So for me, not enough room for it to keep if took it right now, not enough room until it hits the next areas where it could get some kind of support. So hence, I will not take the trade. Okay, so this one's got a little bit of room, not much though. CHPT, it's an earnings play from last week, December 1st. Okay, but again, I look left and I see 1259 is the high. We're at, about 12 right now. So it just kind of prevents me from getting too excited about taking this trade. Okay, Veru on the move here, guys, a little bit. VERU. So this is an earnings play, one of the very few. Of course, this was a COVID play, I believe, and then they got some really not the greatest news, I think, from the FDA, and that caused this to just absolutely crater. I mean, this was a high of 1565. Next day, 6. This is not a high float, not a low float, kind of middling. 62 million in the float. All right, let's take a look at some of these early races. Yeah, so there's Fubo. Okay, so VFC is starting to give up 80 a little bit better. I think maybe let me just do something here. Again, I just wish this wasn't here, this 3021. I wish there was more of a clear shot down to 28, but all right. I'm going to see if it can take this out of it, or at least get close to it. So I'm in this one now on the short V. Wrenched my shoulder on yesterday. VFC. 3072. So I am now just going to watch this for a bit. Tight stop though. I'm not going to mess around with it just because of that, that potential support. Doesn't matter what my stop is, guys. If you're taking this trade as a short, you have to have your own plan. Look at KWeb. Boy, KWeb is really giving it up. This EH is, wow. I mean, this is basically a continuation of earnings. And I don't know who this director is, but I guess they love him. Nick Ning Yang as a new independent director. Okay, VSC. See, this is what I was afraid of. Okay, I'm out of it, guys. I got a little loss on it. Might look at it again if it gets into the 70s, but I just don't think it's going to be dynamic enough for me. Where could EH go? I mean, I'm just looking here, so it's in the top of the 3-month range. Where is the next high? So there's a 200-day moving average, 789. That's far enough away percentage-wise. Looks like 752 is the next high. No, 720. So it's got some resistance between maybe here and that level. Okay, let's take a look. So Iova, I mean, this one, you would think, I mean, there's a 200-day, so that's certainly far enough away. Next high is 888. So I mean, that's far enough away on a percentage basis. I mean, all the news this had on this director buying $65 million worth of stock, 10 million shares at 650. So putting his faith or money where his mouth is. For you sub $1 players, there's Myo, MYO. Next high looking left is around $1, and that is for MYO. All right, so Viru, the next high is 719. Is that right? 719 and then 778. So No, maybe it's little, yeah, 663 looks like the next high looking left for Viru, Veru. Okay, so VFC is starting to drop a little bit again. Let me see if I can might retake it into the 70s and then try to, just doesn't look dynamic enough for me. Wow. So look at them. A lot of these China stocks are going to look just like this. Boy, this is now through the 200-day moving average, 674 for data. It's got probably support around 6. All right. Meanwhile, Fro, which is not China, but wow. So this we got all the way up to almost 15. So it is now basically flat. This is a complete reversal from Friday, guys, with the China stocks. Still not quite negative, K-Web, but just about. Okay, so this is showing up in Zach's bounce play. Now, bounce plays obviously will work a lot better if you get the market at least not moving down on you, but at least maybe neutral, certainly if it's moving a little higher. But this is it looked like there's a bit of support at 2640 for it. Maybe around that, and if it takes that out, then that around the 26 level. And it's right at the 200-day. It's a little bit below the 200-day moving average now, and that is LTHM. So I don't know if it's the overall EV industry or, most stocks are just, following the SPY now. Yeah, now this one was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, EH. They showed up on Zach's topping scan. Not shortable for me though. All right, the cannabis plays are still strong. There's another cheap one, VFF. I think that's a cannabis play. Well, yeah, it's a cannabis play for sure. So VFF, another cannabis play. Okay, VFC getting back down into the 70s. Okay, back in. Let's see if this has any sort of strength on the way down now again. I don't understand the. All right, guys, give me one moment. Numbers came out, some, I don't know, manufacturing index numbers or something came out that caused that market to move down a little bit. Okay, so if you took this short, that's the number to be aware of, that 32.21 for the VFC. I'm back in it, but very aware of that number right there. See if it can just blast right through it. It was strange news on the HZNP. I thought, maybe there were other suitors involved. I would have thought this would really have tanked more. It said that Johnson and Johnson, yeah, is one. Okay, so Johnson and Johnson says they're out. One of three bidders. Okay, so Johnson and Johnson is out as a bidder for HZNP. Maybe they were not viewed as being as serious as the other two. I don't know, because you would have thought this would have tanked a little bit more. Anyway, Shady is looking to short this 99.75. Kirkland's, we haven't seen this one for a while. I think this used at one point might have been a meme stock. Very low float, high short float percent. I don't see any specific news for Kirkland's. They're having, well, I guess they had earnings last week. Okay, December 2nd, they had earnings. So I guess the reaction was okay. Actually, it really was. This might be just delayed reaction on earnings for Kirkland. KIRK had earnings on Friday. Really didn't do much. Next high looking left. I mean, if we can get through this, this high is around 460. This is another one, guys. This is the one I was really hoping would just crater on Friday. It didn't do it. This is an all-time low. ASAN, I'm talking about. It had earnings, and this was at one point an all-time low, but it kind of rallied for the day. But maybe now its true colors are showing. ASAN. And we had a halt for BRTX, and now it's opened. Wow. BRTX opened. Shoot, that the halt was at $4. No, I kind of missed the boat. Shoot. That one I would have probably taken. I think I had an opportunity. Though right now, I mean, that spread is just like, you got to really be careful. All right, VFC is Okay, guys, again, if you're short this one, just be aware of that 3022. I basically just did a reshort of it. Well, this is okay. So the market is recovering from that. What time is it now? 10:06. So this has another 8.5 minutes. 8.5 minutes to close that candle right there. So I remember at one point it was red all the way down here. So my guess now, I'll bet you that those earnings, those not earnings, but some of those bounce plays from Zach is probably working now. I'm looking at them right here, moving with the market. Oh yeah, it was terrible on the BRTX. I mean, it's it settled down a little bit. 381.4 is still terrible, but I thought it was going to keep going. There was an opportunity to buy it at 4. That's where it got halted, and then I think it sort of stayed there for just briefly, and that's when I thought, okay, could take it at 4, and then it popped to 4th, but it came right back down 430, and the spread is not good. Well, we're within 10 cents now of that low for VFC, the 3020, not 10 cents, get my math better, 20 cents. Keeping an eye on this histogram. I don't usually look at the histogram this early, but low bars, meaning more bearish candles than bullish ratio wise. That's what this means here. So this is helping me to keep me in this short. Will I see something popping? Well, look, if it can get through that 3022, that's the key for me anyway. I mean, I'm going to be, what time is it? 30, yeah, 30, sorry, 3021. 3021 is the next low on the daily chart. Okay, guys, that's probably, I took some out at 3033. So I had re-entered that short at 3072. Remember, I took myself out of the initial short with a small little loss, re-entered it. I was saying that if it gets into the 70s again, I'll be interested. So 72. So I took some out at 1033 just in case this 3021 holds. I mean, I'd love to see that happen, obviously. AGTI, guys, AGTI, didn't see this one at all in the pre-market. Maybe it had no volume or something, but I didn't see this in the pre-market, or maybe it wasn't up 3% at least. But AGTI, big gap right through the 200-day moving average. Let's see if it, oh, is this is one of those ones that Casa said is joining the S&P. Is this the one S&P 400 or S&P 600? Where are you, AGT? AGT will be joining the small cap 600. Okay. Now, how's Cato doing? Okay, you saw how VFC just popped. So Red Bar ignored for Tilray, TLRY. Red Bar ignored for Tilray, of course, big cannabis play out of Canada. And Red Bar ignored. You've got a green bar, that first 15-minute candle. The next bar is red, totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Next bar is green, which moves above the high of that red candle. That is in theory, that is a long setup. You've got a uptrend. So I like to see a few more green candles ahead of it, but anyway, an uptrend, a pause in the uptrend, and then the uptrend continues. Or this one, guys, NKTX had actually some news in the pre-market. NKTX, positive data. That's all I've got written down. So it's a bio, of course. So it had some positive data. May have released that after hours on Friday. But right now, this is almost an all-time low, NKTX. So much for the positive data. Okay, United Airlines. I'm just looking at, let's see what Jets is doing. This United Airlines look a little bit strong. So Jets is not bad. It's basically flat. ETF for the airline industry. Let's take a look at some of the other airlines, American. Yeah, so nothing really to get excited about. So notice that CGC looks virtually the same as Tilray, TLRY. Not quite textbook red bar ignored. So I guess again, as Zach pointed out, MSOS is the interesting. It's not popping like the individual plays. Hmm. Boy, this has still got a little bit of room to that 200-day moving average. The EH, China stock, it is really trading on its own. It's not following the rest of the China stocks. Had earnings last week and an announcement of again, a director. And the next high, so what did it get to? Got up to 730, and there's a high of 751. Just maybe too much resistance between, here and at 200-day moving average. Looks like there's little areas of potential resistance. Well, okay, so the question is on VFC. How did I find there was support? Understand that I don't know if this is support. I'm just looking left to see where the next low is. Okay, that's all I'm doing. You know, a lot of people will say, well, that's not support. Well, I look at that. I'm just all about where is the, if I'm short something, where's the next low? Now, I didn't 100% know that it was, you know, that this 3021 was going to hold it. What did it got down to 30, but I'm always aware. That's all. Just aware where the next low is. So, and so, yeah, if you're looking though for some kind of a line, no. But I'm just all about looking left and always looking left to see where the next low is or the next high is, depending on the direction of my trade. Okay. Now, some would say, well, one day does not make resist or support. Yeah, could be, but I've been doing this a while, and you know, I just it seems that you know, for my style of trading, it seems to be something that I just want to always pay attention to. It doesn't mean later on it could, you know, take this out, but all right, let's take a look at some of these ones from the racing. I haven't paid that much attention yet to the races. You know, I'm going to explain this a little bit. Grinder. Yeah, grinder. So very risky one. Low float. Was a started trading as grinder. GRND back here on the 18th. Had a big flurry that day. Got up to $72. Okay, we're at 690 now. All right, keep an eye on SHC, guys. SHC, the next high looking left is 960. Boy, I wish that weren't there because if it could get through 960, then you're talking, well, then 960. So you've got two highs, 965 and 960. There's 965 is there back well, a few months ago, really. Yeah, a few months ago, and then here is 960. I mean, if it could get through that, then you're talking the next highs are like 15. So this is one that I've been paying attention to. It's been on my watch list, my like list for a while. So I have to remember to put a price alert around 961. May not happen today. It may never happen, but if it does happen, I want to know about it because it has a big potential gap to fill. All right, VFC is back down again. Again, let's see if it can get through the 3022, 3021 this time. Here's another crazy one, guys. So the DBGI, and it's a very, very low float. So the next high looking left is 516, okay? The next high looking left is 516. If it can take that out, then your next high is 780. So really critical if it can take that 516 out. It's a very, very low float. So what I'm going to do is I just have to put an alert. Price alert right around, say, 511-ish or so. Or at 516. If I'd eyeballed it a little bit better, I could have put it right there instead of having to type the price in. But right now I can't take this trade because it's, you're basically chasing it. All right, guys, 10:23. So let me just quickly go through my little TI spiel, talk a little bit about trade ideas in general. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I get live on the mic at 9, but I open the room at 8 so you guys can chat amongst each other until I get on the mic. And here is my homepage. Morning, Zach. Okay, how's Palantir doing? You guys know Palantir CEO is on. Oh my goodness. PLTR. Whatever you're saying is not enthusing the market. All right, so I put my homepage link in, and this is what you're going to find. A lot of great information on my homepage. So click on my homepage link. And first thing you're going to see is a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Here's a promo code you can use, Barry15 for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. And you click on the Get Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans: annual, monthly, premium, standard. Annual premium is $2,000. Annual standard is $1,000, less the 15% in both cases. The big difference between our premium and our standard service is the AI, which is kind of, quite frankly, having kind of a miserable day. You don't have to take out an annual subscription. You can go month to month if you want. 118, 228, you'll get the 15% discount off the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you pay going forward. But as always, if you do want to take out an annual after taking out a monthly, we will honor the 15% discount. Okay. And if you're going to take out a subscription, do the Let's Get Started. It'll take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 short videos, starting off with the download and installation, first startup and login, etc. Okay. So please do that. I do a stock of the day video at, I may start doing it at noon again, but probably not today. But anyway, sometime today, you can sign up for it all. You can sign up for them right here. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. The trade of the week this week is silver, AG, First Majestic. And I don't think it triggered. It did not trigger. 961 is the trigger. So before you say it's a terrible trade of the week, it hasn't triggered. Okay, 961 is the trigger point, and I don't count the pre-market at all. So we'll have to see if later on in the week, or maybe even today, if something happens, it might come back. But that's a free service. And again, it's usually delivered about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Education, big education section right here. So click here, education, big user guide. So there's that getting started section. Now, at the very least, please, you should click on this. This will tell you what an alert window is in more detail, what a top list window is, and about the stock racing. Okay, there, of course, there's more information here, but don't get overwhelmed by the size of the user guide. You don't have to learn everything. There's that getting started again. So daily support. So between 12 and 1, I do take a break. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Monday, so it should be Chris Varley. I will confirm that before I do take my break. And before I take the break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over to YouTube for that 12 to 1 session if you feel like it. Free trading room while you're in it. Daily webinars. So I think we're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation. In fact, I know we're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation this week. Next week or Tuesday, Thursday. You can sign up for them all here. Back to basics. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. He put this together. This is a free service. If you're new to trading, I mean, this is, use this resource. It's a free resource. Introduction to charts and candlesticks, support and resistance, etc. And here are my scans that I'm sharing. So this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. Kind of define, the stocks. Obviously, they're moving in the pre-market. See what happens once the market opens. Okay, how did we find VFC? Well, it was a horribly big down. Sorry, it was down in the pre-market in a big way. You check the news and see why. Same thing with the pre-market actives up. Now, that doesn't mean that just because something is way up in the pre-market, it's going to continue, or way down in the pre-market, it's going to continue in the same direction. But at least it gives us an idea of some of the stocks that could be moving all day long. These are the two races that you can see here. Biggest gainers from the open and large cap gainers from the open. I'll go over those. I do have other scans, etc., that I'm sharing, so you can take a look at those. And as always, if you do decide that you'd like to take out a subscription, we really appreciate it if you use my homepage link and then use this promo code. The room gets credit then for the subscription, and yes, I do get a piece of it. So I do appreciate it. And also, not just that, I mean, what I've tried to do with my homepage is, especially in the education section and my scans, you've got access to these scans all the time. Every now and then I'll change up the scans that I'm showing my homepage. But this education section has got most of the things I think that people care about if they went to our website. Okay. And so instead of having to try to navigate through our website, save my homepage link. Then you've got it all in one spot. And again, this is a free room, so I'm saying if you click on that link and take out a subscription from my link, it just helps the room, keeps it free. Hmm. Okay, guys, so VFC is still trying to make up its mind whether it wants to really take that 3022 out or not. So I went over the scans that I'm sharing, but we have a lot of other scans for you. So if you don't want to if you at the very beginning, you don't want to, make your own scans. That's why I'm sharing mine. And we have a lot of scans here. So if you click on new from our toolbar, then click on docked channel bar, a lot of scans are here. These are all theme-based. It's a theme-based channel bar or theme-based channels. And so for instance, here is momentum. Here's a momentum channel. Click on that. as an example. So all I'm doing right now is showing you the different scans that we've got in the different channels. And so if you saw a scan that you liked, you might want to take it, you want to take it out of the layout and then save it to your cloud. Then you can bring it back from the cloud and add it to your layout. So for instance, this one. So there's Opera, OPRA. So why did this show up here? Ah, I got ahead of myself here. So what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Now, we have screening capabilities, of course, and there are a lot of screeners out there, but we're a scanner also. Okay, and I'll explain what I mean by that. So in this momentum scan that you see here, AGTI just made a new high at 10:32, which is right now. This is all Eastern time, of course, and the price was 2009. I can take a look at it. It's pulled back just a little bit, but at that point it was up to 2009, and there was some volume coming in. And this is what this scan is looking for. With any scan, you want to see what it's looking for, including mine. All you do is you right click on the scan, click on configure, and then click on summary. And this is going to tell you exactly in English language what this is looking for. So this is the screening aspect. These are the filters. So if a stock is between $1 and $50, current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. And in the last minute, the volume was 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal. That's what kind of gives it the momentum. That's why it's called a momentum scan. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, because that's my alert, we get a real-time alert. Okay. So Kirk just made another new high for the day. So if you like this scan, now this scan I'm actually sharing. Okay. I'm actually in my homepage. It's called Momo. So I'm actually sharing this one. Ooh, NKTX guys. I mentioned this one just a while ago. I think this is an all-time low. I think this is an all-time low now, or very close to an all-time low for NKTX. Had some news after hours, kind of held pre-market, but that news is market doesn't care, just doesn't care. So if you like this scan, what you have to do is you have to take it out of the layout. This is a layout. You have to take it out of the layout and get it free floating. And so all you do is this: you right click and you duplicate into a free floating window. And this popped on one of my other monitors, and here it is, free floating around. So if you like the scan exactly the way it is, in other words, you don't, again, you look at it, right click and click on configure, then summary. This is what it's looking for. If you like it exactly the way it is, great. But if you wanted to maybe change something, maybe you wanted a different price range, you just click on that icon. And by the way, this is not an in-depth, how to create alert windows and all of that. I'm just giving you an overview. All is in the guide. So I just changed it to 10 and 100 from 1 and 50. You can see now it's 10 and 100. Now you can say okay. Now the only other step to do, here's YMTX showing up. The only other step to do is to right click and go to symbol linking and change it from docked window to link to all. Okay, before you save it to your cloud. The reason being is that you'll notice here when I click on an alert, Kirk, it changes in these two charts that's associated with that layout. But underneath, it's not changing to Kirk. You can see, and that's because it's just telling it, by saying this, sorry, in the symbol linking, dock window, it's going to only change these charts. But I have to assume that if you want it in your layout, you want it to be able to, when you click on it, you want it to be able to change the symbols in your chart. So That's just I'm going to make a recommendation that I get rid of that. I don't see why. I think it confuses people. Maybe we should do a poll on that. Okay. So just do that, symbol linking, and change it to link to all. Then you can save it to your cloud. Okay. Look at Kirk, guys. Kirk's going. Okay. And then you can save it to the cloud. And so the exercise I've just gone through is you can go to another channel. If you see another scan that you might like, save it to your cloud, etc. But I do caution you, do not create a layout with so many alert windows and so many top list windows because you don't want to miss any type of a setup. Because what will happen is you'll click like mad all day long and get nothing done. And here's where the races come in. I feel that the races will give a lot of people, especially if they're new to trading, some focus. You can see Kirk is here. So what do the races do? The races all start from a top list window. And in this particular race, if a stock, I'm not even going to show you the top list window anymore because it doesn't really matter. If a stock is between $1 and $50 in this particular race and the minimum volume of 200,000 shares, and it's up at least, I think it's 2% from yesterday's close, then any stock that meets those filter requirements and is, you know what, open the top list. So this is what the race is based on, this top list right here. I should show you this because before we had the races, this is how you use the top list window. If you wanted to see stocks that say were up the most from yesterday's close, so Friday's close, if you had it as a column header, which I've got, the change from the close percent, then I could double left click rapidly. And this is going to show me the stocks that are up the most from Friday's close. You know, DBGI, 31%, Kirk, 22%, etc. If I want to see the ones that have moved the most since the open, double left click, and TUEM, Kirk, etc. Okay, great. How do I use this to trade? Especially if a stock down here, for instance, look at this VFF. It's moved 4.5% from the open. You know, it's Sundial. These are a couple of cannabis plays. What if all of a sudden Sundial, SNDL, really starts to move? You know, right now it's 4.5% from the open, but what if it really starts to move? Now it's 6%, now it's 8%, now it's 10%, etc. You'd never be able to see that. Look at this list of stocks. Okay, you'd never be able to see that. So that's where the races come in. So I run 4-minute races. So we were almost a minute into this 4-minute race. So what you're seeing, what'll start happening is over the course of this 4-minute race, stocks will jockey for position up and down. Okay. Right now, nothing great, but well, here you go. DRS now has moved since the race started 1.43%. Okay, it's moved 1.43%. If I click on it, just one moment, please. Okay, so there's DRS. But you see, it just got supplanted by TUEM. But so you can see what happens as the race, just like any other race, you know, there's going to be jockeying for position in the top three. At the end of the race, you know, at the end of 4 minutes, we're now 2 minutes to go. At the end, one stock, of course, will be a winner. And what that does is that you have been given automatically a group of stocks, 10 stocks, just to concentrate on. These are the ones that have won the most races. So EH has won 3 races, TXMD has won 2, etc. So this gives you focus. Okay, if you're new to trading, you know, it's just a tremendous way to focus on just a handful of stocks. So look at grind as an example, GRND. So you don't want to race early when it did this. You might look at this and go, well, okay, maybe if it takes out 7 again, I want to know about it, put a price alert there. And again, I'm not saying, I'm just using this as an example. I'm not saying, you would absolutely take the trade. Look at Kirk. Kirk won 2 races. Maybe it's pulled back a little bit. Maybe if it pulls back to the VWAP. The VWAP is 448. Okay. Maybe that be part of your trading plan. If the stock pulled back there and held and popped off it, maybe that's where you want to take the trade. Or you can see right off the bat that there is something more to trading than just chasing stocks just because they're making new highs and all. That's why we have a simulator that you can practice trading in. And that's why you see these two here are stocks that I took in the simulator on Friday, and I kept them. I noticed this one, this eHealth, I probably should have got rid of in the pre-market. I was up again in the simulator. I think it was at 540 something. But anyway, I'm just going to show you how you can use the simulator to practice trading. And then this race over here, it's very similar to this, but you'll notice that you probably are not going to get big percentage moves. Why? Because I have put a couple of additional filters here. One is a minimum market cap of 500 million and a minimum float of 50 million, 50. With those two filters in place, that's why I call a large cap gainers from the open. Not going to get huge percentage moves. Doesn't mean they're not, you shouldn't follow, but look at Novavax. You might look at this and go, wow, okay. Either do I, there it's holding the VWAP. Maybe if it takes out the high of the day, maybe it gets running. Look left to see where it could keep going until it hits the next high. So this is also a list of top 10 stocks that you can concentrate on. I would probably, if I were new to trading, I probably would probably gravitate more to this one, the large cap gainers, just because it's not as volatile as these. I mean, these are wonderful when they're working for you. I mean, they have, they can have huge percentage moves, but with huge percentage moves up, also come with huge percentage moves down. So, it might be just not, if you're new to trading, I may stick to something like this for a while. But again, I'm sharing both of these. So, guys, I'm all out of the VFC. Just watching the way it's trading, it's just not to me anyway. If it later on, if it takes out that 3022, maybe I would get interested, but just not dynamic enough for me. Did okay on it, but I was always wary at that 30, that low right there on that day. Okay, so I want to show you how you can practice trading using our simulator. Well, you can make a suggestion, Roger, on that. I haven't even looked at it. So I put a link in called Brokerage Plus, and if you click on the link, there are 2 videos. Short video shows you that, excuse me, if you have an interactive brokers account or if you have an interactive brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? But listen carefully. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. It just means that this option or feature is not available. And by the way, it's only these two, the Racing and Brokerage Plus, only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, not available. Second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use it. I like to demonstrate its use as a simulator. So if you click on new from our toolbar, then click on Brokerage Plus, this window, something like this will appear. You may not have the same columns. Excuse me, something got halted. C and D got halted. Oh, so here's another SPAC that's going nowhere, guys. Will redeem its public shares and will not consummate an initial business combination. So I don't know what they were looking to do, but so if you want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service. Okay, you don't even need a broker. You want to practice trading and you haven't decided on who your broker is going to be. All you need is our standard service, and then you can practice. So when you load this window from our toolbar, it'll say not connected. Now, if you can't see that, you just have to grab the right hand side. Okay, if it's shrunk like this, you just have to grab the right hand side and pull it until you can see that. So it should say not connected. You click on the sim for simulation. That'll change to account. It will. It'll change to account, and then there we go. And then click on account, and then click on simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator. Okay. Now you can practice trading. If I wanted to take TUEM, you just click on the symbol, and it'll appear in this box here. At least it should. Okay, I don't want to call it a bug. I probably have to reload this. Every now and then that happens. Yeah, so I'm just going to have to reload it. Actually, I probably could have just gone to account reset, but let's just see now. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So every now that hasn't happened in weeks or months, but every now and then it happens. Just have to reload. So you can see when I'm clicking on a symbol, the symbol shows up here. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. Here's your bid ask. Okay. This is a terrible, terrible spread. Something's going on here. Should get the bid ask right here. Well, let's say I wanted to take a rent, but I don't want to take it right now. Maybe if it pulls back to 140, which is the VWAP. All right, guys, there is a little bit of a this buy and sell should have been okay. Just give me a moment, please. It's because I reloaded. This wouldn't happen to you. At least it shouldn't. Okay, see how now I have my buy and sell. That won't happen to you. It shouldn't happen to you anyway. Now you can see I've got my buy and my sell. I can click on them. So if I wanted to take rent, but I didn't want to take it right now, maybe if I pull back to the VWAP, so I can click on the buy button. And when I click on the buy button, then I see the crosshairs and I just drop it exactly where I want. So I'll put it right at the VWAP, release it, click left. And now you'll see if rent comes back to 139, it'll take the trade and it puts a stop at the low of the day. Again, this is not a strategy. This is just a quick way in which we have allowed you to click on a buy button and get into a trade without, having to mess around with your own strategies, assign rules and all of that. So what it does is it'll take $5,000 worth of stock at the price you want, and it puts the stop at the low of the day. Again, that's why I'm saying it's not a strategy. Instead of, when you're first starting out trying to figure out, well, how do I get this buy button to work? Well, we just sort of created something so that it's very quickly shows you how you can take a trade by clicking on the buy button. Now, of course, you can manually do it. If I wanted to take maps right now, I just click on the alert. I'll take 400 shares. I'll go, the spread is a penny. So I'll click on the buy button and then send it. Okay, in the trade. Here I am. These are hotkeys over here. So if I want to get out of a trade, I just highlight the one I want and I can flatten it. That gets me out of a trade. Or I could get at a half or I could double my position. Okay, so practice trading, guys. You might be in a simulator for, 3 months or more before you actually start to trade. Here's another one that's on the move here, FRGE. Yeah, this one, now remember, they did a reverse split of one for 15 way back here, I think, on this day. Okay, guys, you see how DBGI kind of held the VWAP? The VWAP is at 464, and it got down to 468. So DBGI kind of held that VWAP. And that could be a strategy for you guys, I mean, I'm way more of a momentum trader, but you might have a strategy that says, you know what, I'll only take trades if a stock gets near the VWAP and then see what it does. And if it bounces off it, I'll take the trade, maybe put the stop just under the VWAP and practice. So this SH, yeah, this SHC is getting close to that. At what did I put here? 960? Yeah, it's getting closer and closer. I mean, we'll see tomorrow. I mean, listen, anything's possible. It could take it out today, but we'll see tomorrow and see if it gets closer and closer because I mean, the traction, of course, is the next high would be around 15. So from 960 to 15 being the next high looking left, it could definitely give us a bit of a trade. I'm not saying it's ever going to get close back up to 15, but certainly what I like to do is take out chart resistance as a reason for a stock not moving any higher or lower. Look at the VFC. I mean, it looks like that 3022 is just going to be too much for it to get through today. Any moment, guys. Okay, now let's take a look at the sectors and how different it's probably going to look, especially when I see some of these oil stocks moving down. So now we are the change from the open. Okay. Now, if you were here in the pre-market, the energy plays were 100% above Friday's close. So look what's happened. Huh. So we've had a dramatic change in the market because now 100% of the energy stocks that make up XLE are below their open. Now they could still be above. They could still be above the close. Here's COP is 0.3 above the close of Friday, but what's happened is that since the market opened, obviously, I would say virtually, well, not virtually, but certainly the ones XL that make up XLE are down from the open. 100% of them are down from the open. We've had a bit of a rally in tech because almost 100% of the stocks were down from Friday's close. But, here we're about 50-50 from the open. So, the market has obviously rallied a bit in certain sectors, but obviously the energy sector is that's why it's so important to look. It's great stocks are maybe up from yesterday's close, but to me the more important metric is what have they done from the open. I see that this TUEM was halted. What did they do? Tuesday morning. I don't know if these guys are in Canada. I'm not familiar with them at all. Never seen a store anyway. Well, they do everything: pet supplies, gourmet food, bath and body. Well, they're into everything. Yeah, GIII is having. I mean, they had earnings on Thursday and just got hammered down. Put an alert at the high of Thursday, 1363. See if it can, at some point, maybe not today, maybe never, but if it does, then you just start looking left. I mean, look at the gap, $22. If it starts to have that kind of a recovery. All right, AERC in the news right now, getting some kind of clearance from the government. AERC, this was a huge one for quite a while, and it's just gone silent. Remember, this one was up to $23. Live technical analysis. I need help. Okay, I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room. Maybe I can help you. Depends what you're needing help with, of course. Hopefully you can hear me. Boy, What did they do again? Soterra, home healthcare services. Let me take a look at their profile. Okay. All right. So you bought the premium version on Friday. When you click the Momo section, nothing loads up. So are you talking about going to our channel bar, live tech? Okay. Now, do you have a green ball in the toolbar? Okay. Can you see my toolbar? I'm pointing at that green ball. Is it green or is it red? Okay. Now, the other thing, usually, the reason could be, and you may not know the answer to this, did you fill out the exchange agreements correctly? Well, that seems to be something that people miss. If you don't fill out the exchange agreements correctly, then you're not going to get data. You may not know if you did or not. The other thing you had to do was indicate whether or not you are a professional trader or not. Obviously, most of us are not, but the uh, the securities, the exchanges now demand that. It's not just ourselves. In fact, I was saying to people, anybody with interactive brokers, I know I get lots and lots of emails. Don't disregard that one you got on Friday and probably today, a reminder from interactive brokers. You have to fill out those exchange agreements to say that you're not a pro. Otherwise, on January 1st, you'll have no data. Where can you find the agreements? Okay, so what I'm going to do is the best thing is I'm going to send you to our homepage. Okay, I don't have access to your account or anything like that, but I'm going to send you to our homepage. I'm going to show you what to do. Yeah, I'll put the homepage link here. Okay, so when you click on my homepage link or that TI homepage, this you'll see this question and answers balloon will pop up. Click on that and then click on the ask. Okay. When you click on the ask, then basically ask the question. Give them your email address, the one you use to sign up, and then they can take a look at your account. Okay. They'll look at your account and they'll see what's going on. And it could be the exchange agreements. It could be the fact that you didn't, indicate whether or not you were a professional or not, something like that. Okay. But somebody will definitely help. Just make sure you give them your email address. Okay. So Ray, are you talking about interactive brokers or our exchange agreement? I'm not sure that we have to do it every year, but the broker does. Yeah, I'm not sure that we have to do it every year. Okay. So if you've already done it, I don't think you have to keep doing it. But with the broker, I guess they require every year. Unless you get something from us, you'll get an email. Actually, I should ask the question just out of curiosity. Give me a moment. I'm pretty sure it's just one time, but I just asked a question. I can't believe it's every year, but I know the brokers themselves, so I think it's every year. Because I know I've done it at least 2 or 3 times with IB, and that only started. Happy with us, it's every year. Really? Okay, I stand corrected if it's every year. Yeah. Okay, thank you. I'm just talking. Yeah, so it is every year. So you're gonna have, it's, yeah, it's not, again, do we want to do that? No, but we're required, we have to do it. So it is every year. What a pain. And the reason being, in case you guys don't know, if you were a pro using trade ideas, your subscription would be a lot more. I mean, it's that simple. And so that's what the exchanges want to know. Are you a pro using this? Well, any your brokerage account or any sort of a service, because then they charge us more for the data, and which we have to pass on to you guys. Who, if you are a pro, I would say that I don't know how many professionals actually use our product, but so there's the AERC guys. AERC is on that news. Well, are you new, Ray? I mean, you don't have to do it unless until you get notified. If you already have data and everything like that, you don't have to do it. I was talking about interactive brokers, okay? And I think what we do is we stagger it because we don't want everybody, we don't want to be inundated with, all thousands of our customers, say on January 1st. So I think we stagger it. No, 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 no. I was just reminding people that if you've got interactive brokers, if you're like me, you get lots of emails and you could get stuff from IB all the time. And you might look at, I don't want to read it. Well, that one is important. And you can do it online with interactive brokers. That's all I was really trying to tell people. Now, CHPT earnings play on the first, actually on the second. That's the reaction was first was post market, so the second. So here, and yeah, trying to, it wasn't a great reaction to earnings, but trying to come back a little bit. Let me know if that worked out for you. Okay, live technical analysis. That is from our from our YouTube room. Let me know if somebody took care of you. All right. Have a little bit of room. This Novavax, guys. I think the next high looking left is 1882. 1882, I think. So about $1 away from that high. course, big COVID drug. Thank you, Pepe. But I'm assuming you get an email from us saying you've got to do these agreements. I don't think you have to do them. Like, I don't think there's any point in doing them right now. Of course, I'm not involved in that, so I'm not sure how it gets sent out. DLO, guys, again, DLO. This is the one that got just creamed. Yeah, look at this one, MNSO. So is this China stock? So I guess is this reacting like all the other China stocks, or is there specific news to it? MNSO, let me just take a look at LI, see if it is doing this. Yeah, well, LI had a bit of a pop, but MNSO is weak. MNSO is weak. And the next low looking left is 10. So let's see if it holds this 11 and then starts moving down a bit. I don't want to chase it down. Also, the market is, trying to recover a little bit here. Ooh, UNCY, ONCY. So what's the next high? Looking left is 204, and then we've got 228. I just don't think there's enough room. I mean, even if it takes out listen, if somebody told me, okay, it takes out 204 and it's for sure going to get up to that high, sure, that'd be a great percentage move, but I don't know if that's going to happen. So even though it looks interesting, here's another one for you sub penny players or dollar players. TMDI. What a run it's had. 4 days from 40 cents to 80, so a bit of a double in say 3.5 days. TMDI. Space. Haven't seen that one. I don't think appearing on anything for me. Yeah, I mean it's possible it's moving with the airlines, but I wouldn't I don't recall this one really moving with the with things like UAL and American. I mean, I may be wrong. Boy, MNSO now, guys, underneath 11, and wow. Let's just see something here. How many shares available? 600,000 at Interactive Brokers. So there's plenty of shares available. I'm watching to see how well this holds under 11. Right now we're at 1093, 1095 bid ask. Market is moving down, so you're not going counter to the market. But another China stock. So KWeb? KWeb had a little bit of a bounce, but I see another red candle forming. Just watching this MNSO. So EH is maybe getting a little more interesting here because the VWAP is at 692, so it's just a little bit above the VWAP. Um, it's got a lot of stuff around that 730 mark though, but it's just a little bit above the VWAP. Yeah, so the next high is 748 for VWAP, other than today's high, of course. All right, just watching this MNSO to see whether or not it really gives up that 1090 area. It's got some room down to about 10. Market's moving down. Have my eye on KWeb, which is moving down a little bit. All right, Bumble, BMBL. So about $1 away from the 200-day moving average. Just looking at some of these ones from the larger cap plays. Vips, China retailer. So you know what? This has been actually fairly strong, guys. I mean, remember what happened to most of the China stocks just, not collapse, but certainly most of the China stocks probably had about 3 or 4 red bars and certainly did not have a recovery like this one. And look at the SPY. Ooh, look at the SPY, guys. There's another one that didn't really get affected by KWeb, HTHT, another China stock. Yeah, I mean, I may get interested again in this one, the VFT, if it takes out that 3022-ish, because then underneath you've got 28. So that'd be a couple of dollars. Okay, guys, MNSO looks like it wants to keep moving down. So a bit of a pull up here for KWAB, but looks like it wants to resume down. So a lot of the China stocks probably resuming a downward motion. Hey guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So there's the EH still hanging in there just over that VWAP. So here's YMTX. Didn't really see this in the pre-market. I don't know, the volume might have been light or something, but this did get up to 228. Humanity Therapeutics. Don't know if I've ever really seen this one before. YMTX. Volume coming in, pretty low float, 10.5 million in the float. After the company declared one of these special dividends in connection with the proposed asset sale to Janssen and a merger with Canada. Okay, so information there. Well, guys, again, for you sub $1 players, I just mentioned this one about right here at 78 cents. So another big move for it percentage wise. This could get to $1. That is a TMDI. I know some of you play these, and wow, I mean, 3 days ago, 3.5 days ago, this was at 39 cents, 92 cents now. I haven't taken one of these in years. All right. Well, this could be a bit of a short opportunity. I think I saw somebody talking about GDS. The reason being is that it's now down through the VWAP, which was 1854. Oh, well, it's okay. I'm sorry. It's quite a bit below now. And then it's got room down to right down to there, 1691, about $1 away. But yeah, I thought it was closer to the VWAP. But Morgan Stanley bullish on airline stocks, naming Southwest, Delta top picks for 2023. So let's take a look at Delta, DAL. And Southwest, do they have what is their symbol? Do they have one? Oh, love, of course, of course. How could I forget? Love, LUV. MNSO, guys. So yeah, so the airline stocks are now above the 200-day moving average, guys. So maybe, just maybe these airlines, if they can stay above the 200-day moving average. So, if you're looking for a bit of a swing trade, if you think the airlines are going to keep recovering, I mean, that's pretty, that's obviously an important data point, that 200-day moving average. I agree, Shady, underneath 30, well, even 30, 32, but yeah, 30, 30, if it can get there for the VFC. MNSO, continuing to wind its way down. SNDX, FDA News, SNDX. Take a look at SNDX. Now, I read something about breakthrough designation, just in general. Let me see if I can find that. This morning I was reading, I thought, interesting. Let me see if I can find what I'm talking about. All right, MSOS, I'm just hearing what the Bank of New Jersey, so we're gonna something to do with cannabis. I can't remember where I read this then, because I could have sworn I read something about FDA cracking down on, what do they call it again? Just give me a moment to see if I can find that. Cracking down on these fast track designations. Well, maybe I didn't. I know I read it somewhere. I just not in where I'm looking right now. Wow, MNSO guys, MNSO. What a nice move now. Again, the next low looking left is 1016, so certainly far enough away still. I think this is another little cannabis play, guys. Hydro Farm, HYFM, another cannabis play. Boy, they're all looking like this. Most of them are looking like this. Three or four green candles in a row on the daily chart. Oh man, so yes. Okay, guys, I just want to confirm it'll be Chris in our YouTube room. Yes, it is Chris. So Chris will be in our YouTube room in about 25 minutes. I'll take my break at around noon from 12 to 1. And then before I do take my break, I will put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Chris in our YouTube room. Now keep an eye on Manchester United, guys. Of course, this is in the news from last week on. MANU, it's still making higher lows on the daily chart. The high on Thursday looks like around 23.36. So this is still in play, of course, putting themselves up for sale. At least that is what everybody's talking about. Okay, so here's maybe an interesting one. Look at Cube, C-U-B-E. See how it's sitting right on the 200 on the VWAP, 43.28, sitting right on it. So, I mean, if it breaks down through it, this could turn into a very interesting short. Of course, if it holds and bounces off it, it could be a long. We don't know. It's sitting right on it. Here we go. Some news for Slack CEO to exit Salesforce in January. Okay. Were these co-CEOs? Was this the company with co-CEOs? I think so. Well, this one has almost been straight up. I mean, you've had some topping tails and all, but look at FRGE, just basically green candle after green candle on the 15-minute. But you've had some moments, 176, and it got back down to 162. I mean, fair, but it's been holding the VWAP. Look at that purple line right there, 172. It's been holding the VWAP. However, let's take a look. Yeah. Between here and two, just looks like, as Zach says, a real grind. Well, this is a strange trading day today for AVXL, guys. I mean, in the pre-market, I remember seeing this up here, 1383. I was almost going to add it to the, my pre-market actives up, but then it just, came right back down, and now it's actually negative, AVXL. The 200-day is sitting at 1058. So, look, if it takes out 11, I mean, it might get down to close to that 200-day moving average. Again, this was its earnings release here, got hammered down on earnings. And then I can't remember what happened here. Obviously, some decent news. This was on Friday and it popped up, basically took out, I mean, it got right. I mean, again, this was the high in its earnings day of 1242 and it actually got up to 1330. Oh, I'd love to short this one. ASAN, I mean, it basically, again, all-time low right now, but it just has to do these stupid things. 1512, and then through the VWAP, look like it might recover. So, it depends on, how many shares you take, what your stop's going to be, how much you're prepared to risk. But this is an all-time low, ASAN, all-time low. I really thought there'd be more action with the IOVA. It's really nothing. I mean, it's holding. I mean, it's up 18%. But, with that news that that guy bought $65 million worth of stock, 10 million at 650, I thought there'd be a lot more action on this one. But, it had the pop on that news and it's just kind of held. There's the VWAP, 811. So it's basically right on the VWAP. Oof, okay, guys. Well, in about 14 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Things have really slowed down for me anyway. Just looking at some of the, how'd that GDS do? What was I waiting for? Waiting for, yeah, okay. Well, short opportunity. Oh, that's right. It was a little too far away from the VWAP. That's why I didn't like it. Well, the momentum scanner can probably do something like that, Bob. I mean, if you just look at so I mean, one of the filters we've got here in this alert window, and I'm sharing this one. If you go to my homepage, Momo, come on. Hmm, okay, let me just do something here. Do a little reset of the account. Okay, a little slow down here for me. Just trying to get to my configuration window. But one of the filters is like a 5 minute increase in volume. Here we go. So for instance, here, the volume in the last 5 minutes is at least 400% of normal, as an example. This one also has in the last minute 1000% of normal. But if you just want it on a 5 minute chart, you could, maybe get rid of that. And then then what you do is you experiment, 400%, see what sort of volume pops you're getting. If you don't think they're big enough, use 500% or 1000%. Okay, that'll give you some pretty big climatic movers on a 5 minute chart. Okay, so that is, again, that is in this momentum scan, but again, right click configure and then do a search. And if you type in volume, you see all the volume filters that we have. One of them, one of them being volume 5 minute percent. Okay. So, I mean, so you would build your scan around that, with the price range you want. And now you need a trigger if you want, a new high for the day or a new 5 minute high or things like that. That'll be up to you. But that is the metric that's going to show you stocks that are having big 5 minute volume moves. Usually, it'll be. I mean, not all the time, of course, just because something has huge volume. Sometimes the price doesn't move, but most of the time it's going to move. Okay. So you can use the momentum scan. If you go to my homepage and Momo, you can just use it as it is, but it does have a 1 minute volume component. Boy, EH guys, this was kind of a nice one. I mean, we're talking about this one. It was sitting right on the VWAP, and now it exploded off the VWAP. They're getting a little bit close to the 200-day moving average, but still far enough away. Second day continuation after earnings. It's a China stock, but it has not been moving like the other China stocks, and it's probably because it had earnings and had a little announcement about some director. But I think it's more about a second day continuation after earnings. Okay, Chris is usually a little bit early. So what I'm going to do is just put my announcement in here. Get ready for Chris to take over in our YouTube room. So on a break, MET. And so I'm still here, obviously. I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. And if you want to head over there meaning our YouTube room, this is the YouTube link. Again, he's not there yet, but he'll be there probably in about 6 minutes or so. TH is the new IC. Okay, let's take a look at TH. I haven't seen that one really. Another new high for EH. Okay, you may want to keep an eye on AGTI now, one way or the other, because it's sitting at the VWAP, 1974, so it's sitting right at the VWAP. Again, will it bounce off the VWAP and continue higher? I mean, it's up 13%. It's relatively low float, 33 million. And this is, moving because it's going to be added to the, S&P Small Cap 600. Like he's severing all ties with Kyrie Irving. Okay. Boy, this YMTX is interesting. I should look left to see where the next highs are because and how far away. Yeah, we've got 218, 219. I mean, this could get going. I mean, this hit what? This hit 230, 228 in the pre-market, YMTX. And trading higher after what oh yeah, this is the special dividend. And to Janssen and merger with Canada. Oh, and guys, now just kick out 15. Now, absolutely an all-time low. And big, in my opinion anyway, psychological number to get through, 15. And so there it is, ASAN. The market is, yeah, we're 45 minutes straight down now, guys. Challenging that 400 again. No idea. What's the news that caused this drop in the market? Don't know. Better, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Better than expected data raised concerns over a further Fed rate. That was last week, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know specifically. Well, ASA, I mean, listen, anything has a bottom, where people are going to take a look at it. But this, I mean, all-time low now. ASAN, all-time low. This is what I wanted it to do on Friday, and it didn't do it. Continuing now, ASAN. All right, guys, I'm just, Chris should be here any moment now. There he is. There you are, Mr. Varley.
Here I am.
Are you all better now? Do you think you said you had the flu or a cold last week?
Yeah, I just had a mild cold. It was, some congestion. But what messed me up is I don't take any medicines almost ever anymore. But
Okay.
coming up, I had the test on Friday, and I was like, I got to clear some of this congestion out of my head. And so I took some Mucinex, and it made me loopy for like a day and a half, and really kind of screwed my brain up. But thank goodness it was all sorted out by the time Friday morning came for the test.
Oh, right. Yeah, and you won't know it's crazy in this day and
Up
age.
to 8 weeks.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Why? Does anybody have an explanation for that? Like
Nope.
why? It's just
None whatsoever.
it just is.
Yes.
Okay.
Like unfortunately many things in life. So
Yeah.
I
Like,
mean, I feel pretty good about it. I'd say there's 132 questions on the test. I'd say there was about 5 or 6 that I was like, I don't know the answer to this at all. There's probably about
right.
5 or 6 that I was like, I kind of wishy-washy on the answer, and the rest I think I pretty much nailed. So
Oh, excellent. And what do
yes,
you have to get to pass?
70%. So
I mean, well, if those numbers are correct, you'll obviously pass with flying colors.
yes, unfortunately, they don't tell us what we got right or wrong on it. Just got to pass or fail. But I'd be curious to see what I got right or wrong and some of my guesses. But
Like, why the big secret? It's just-
uh, I think because they have a test bank of I want to say like several hundred questions, and then the testing company, because they hire it out to a testing company to do it online. They pull from this bank of questions randomly. So I think so as the questions can't be reproduced
No, I
or
see. Okay.
shared,
I guess that makes sense.
and I think they pull out X amount of questions each year and replace them with that amount of questions to keep a rotation going on. But I would say there's probably several hundred questions that could be in rotation for a year or two that
Right.
they don't want getting shared around. So that's just my guess. Seems reasonable, so I'm going to go with
Okay.
that.
All right, my friend. I'll let you take over now.
Sounds good, and I'll see you in about an hour, Barry.
You will.
All
Okay.
right, take
Bye-bye.
care. All right, everybody. So happy Monday. Let's see. Has anything happened since we were here last week? Just done some casual trading, nothing spectacular. So let's see. Today's Monday. That's Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. So this is where I saw you last, and I said I wouldn't expect us to go flying one way or the other. And then Wednesday happened. I was like, okay, I guess I could be wrong. And then Thursday, Friday, and today have happened, kind of bringing us right back to kind of where we were last Monday when I said that. So I said, we could maybe see a drift up towards this way, towards the 420 range. We could see a drift this way towards that 380 range. I said I did not think that we would make a big move this way or a big move that way outside of something really major going on in the or for the rest of the year. So far, that seems to be the way. But I could be wrong. I've been wrong many, many times in the past. This could be another time that I'm wrong without any question. And we'll see how that goes. But let's see, we're on the 5th of December now. Trading volume will continue to diminish, I would say, over the next several weeks. Obviously, you get this big green candle on that Wednesday. I'm going to be honest. I don't even know what happened that day other than someone from the Fed found a mic. I guess Jay Powell was talking that day or something. I don't know. I know we have the Fed meeting that's coming up. I suppose that could do something really big if they only hike, let's say 25 basis points, and then they come with a really dovish talk. I would suspect that could make us, really get us to get ripping. And if we were already drifting that way, rip us even harder. I suspect that could happen. But, I'm not going to speculate on what the Fed will or will not do. The charts suggest and historical evidence suggests that we're going to kind of chop around for a while here like that. And again, if I'm wrong, so be it. I'm not betting heavy one way or the other on the market going into the new year. And looks like we're at basically session lows again here today. So we just continue to chop and grind lower. So who knows, maybe we get a fade into the Fed's next decision, and then that fade leads us to pop towards the upper range of all of this, right? Again, a lot of speculation, a lot of guessing, and putting any real time or effort into that is a complete waste of energy as far as I'm concerned. So, fun to make guesses and all that stuff like that, but I'm not gonna overanalyze any of that. With that said, if folks have any questions, start firing those away for me here, please. As per usual, I don't have anything specific to the content of this here. There hasn't been anything really that's got my attention today. SHPH looked like it might have it here. Didn't. Been bouncing around since. So, is it coiling? Is it setting up for a pop? Could be. I don't know. Massive amount of liquidity, massive amount of volume in it. No question about that. We see this thing has gone nuts in the past. So no reason to believe that it couldn't do it again today. I took a stab at it, and when it didn't really move, I just got out for a meager gain. I would say that everything that was high flying this morning really fell apart. Energy has really come undone now. XLE had a nice gap up, just absolutely destroyed through the day here. XOP is no different. So energy continues to be kind of stuck in the mud. And I would say this starts to get that kind of look, bowing down or bowing over a little bit here. But we'll see. Does it do that? And then we make a bounce? I don't know. Does it do that and keep going? No way to know. I took some energy positions back around this area here. I'm still holding most of it, not all of it, but holding most of it. I sold some when we couldn't really bust back through here. And I don't know. We'll see what happens from there. I'm not going to jump the gun on anything one way or the other. If there's stops in place, there's a plan in place, we'll let the plan work. That's what the plans are for. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. And we will see what happens from there moving forward. And again, like I said, anybody with questions, let me know. I was looking at the CPRX. I almost want to take a trade on it, breaking above this 1750 level. I wanted to see a couple of candles close above it. Got to that 1750 level, and I'd say it was a pretty hard rejection. Let's see. So it was, took 1755 and dropped all the way down to 17-ish, just below 1790, 95 or 1690, 1695. So that's why I'm just not in any rush to do anything. Like I said, make a few casual day trades, pay some bills like that, and just kind of grind it out from there. Bring over this. Not going to run down all the sectors here, but you had a whole lot of people I saw on the social medias screaming China, 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 China. It's had a great move again. We saw a pretty nice move here before that was, took a little longer to develop. This one's taken less time to develop, but this is a major point, $30 on the K-Web. And we see we gapped up over it, come right back down under it. Is it setting up for that next leg up? I don't know. I'll certainly keep an eye, but like I said, I'm not really looking to get overly long anything going into the new year. That's all there is to it. I'm more apt to just kind of day trade and let positions that I have ride for now. Is it possible I will miss something? Absolutely, it's possible I'll miss something. I'm okay with that. There's a lot of months in a year, and missing out on some stuff for a couple of weeks not going to make or break my year. And that's kind of the discipline that I've really tried to come with over the last year and a half, and has made a difference in between some bigger wins and bigger losses. Having that plan and sticking to it. Anything else? Something else was high flying this morning. The Jets, I think, were high. I don't know, high flying, but they made a good move this morning. And they're up off this low too, pretty well here, to be honest. And they've started to hand it back now, basically flat on the session. Only things that I can figure is that energy prices have maintained a bit of a downtrend overall, and then maybe the travel from Thanksgiving and leading into all the holidays that are coming up right now. I mean, you've got a slew of holidays kicking off over the next several weeks, going into the new year. So again, that's the only thing that I can figure here. Not really a cup and handle, maybe kind of sort of call that, but if you're someone who's looking at the Jets for some reason at the year lines, pretty big point up here, just below $20. Maybe not a terrible risk reward. $20 could be a struggle, but aside from that, you're looking at there and here as two defined risk levels. So, I'd say that's, near 2-to-1 ratio on that risk, give or take. If you're a believer that if it's going higher, it's going to move through 20, of course. What's happening, Mike C? How are you? And that's it. I mean, FXI, again, part of that whole China deal. And didn't even make it up to the 30 yet, but 30 is obviously a big line on this too. Big deal, that $30 line, give or take. $1 above, $1 below. And that's it. I guess I get this out of the way for now. I'd be remiss to actually just throw this out there. The Dow, we're looking at it through the diamonds, of course, right here. Not exactly far off its all-time highs right now. 370, give or take. There, 369.50. So 369.50, lifetime high on that. We were as high as 346, sorry. 346 recently. So, it's a tale of a couple of different markets. And obviously, right now, value is kicking growth's butt. It's not even close right now. And it's more of a slow and steady wins the kind of race market right now. There's obviously going to be your day trades, some of your lower float stuff that moves, things of that nature. But again, value has been the trade for well over a year at this point, and it continues to be the trade right now. I don't know that we'll exactly see that change anytime in the near future. And it just seems to me, unfortunately, everything's really hinged on the Federal Reserve. It's kind of sad. There's no real price discovery. It really looks like the run that we had of the great financial crisis was really fueled by easy money from the Fed. Almost everything from it, good, bad, and different, doesn't matter. I mean, lots of people made money on it. It is what it is. Trade the tape that's there. I do get, why people get upset that, markets that existed for so long, that created a lot of innovation and, a lot of great new products to come to life, whether it's in healthcare or tech or finance or, hobbies in life, come from great price discovery from companies taking risks, doing their due diligence, doing all the right things. And it would seem that for a decade or so that we had easy money with a lot of stock buybacks, cutting costs, propping stock prices up for CEO compensation and things like that. And like I said, good, bad, right, wrong, and different doesn't really matter, any of that. That was just the market. And so now that easy money isn't there, it doesn't look like it's coming back anytime in the immediate future. Different ticker, different tape. While people wait to see if these hikes last and how far they go and so on and so forth. So all kind of hinging on the Fed, unfortunately. I think it's unfortunate. It takes away some of the work that we do with these charts. But like I said, it is what it is. Over the weekend, I went through a lot of charts, posted some stuff on Twitter. There's quite a few stocks up and near around their all-time highs. And, you got to feel good about that if you're a bull seeing things like that. So let me see if I can find that scan. I'll share it first just in case anybody that's here doesn't have it already. I've shared it, many times in the past, but all right, there we go. Now, not quite as much as here as I saw over the weekend, unfortunately. Let's roll back. Let's use a historical date and time and see if I can't get us something a little better. So 4 p.m. on the, what's that? Yes, it's the 4th, 3rd, 2nd. 2nd was Friday, right? So not a bad list here for stocks at or near all-time highs. There's some volume metrics in here too, just to go over that really quick. Windows specific filter. See, stocks between $8 and $50. I mean, we could up this. Some people like more expensive stocks. Let's up that just for going through some charts here. Got to be within 15% of its lifetime high. Relative volume of 1, have to have done over 1 million shares or 1 million shares and more. And so that's a pretty solid list right there, to be honest. I mean, you got stocks trading over 1 million shares. Not too shabby. Now, I will say that a number of these stocks are getting drubbed today. AT is one. It's a fairly new issue. And this thing is down big today, but China. So, following China to a T. EDU, I believe, is down on the day, but still would qualify for the scan as of right now. Sorry, just a message came in.
IOVA.
I just did, Iris. It's in there. I literally just dropped the link in there for you. Anyways, so there's EDU again, Chinese stock, ASC. So, we look through and see what's not getting absolutely shellacked today on this here. So ASC continues to look pretty good. Deep sea transportation, I'll bet this has to do with natural gas, maybe. Yeah, petroleum products, chemicals, blah, blah, blah. So, that's still looking pretty good. And look at the trend. Look how long this trend is going on for. Trend. Trend's gotten pretty steep here, actually, in the last couple of months. Maybe it's got to digest a few weeks and then move forward. This here, you got this rounded bottom, jumped. Beautiful. I bet that was earnings there. And then we've got another earnings, blast off of earnings here. So that looking pretty good. Again, I always, with pharmaceuticals, just going to mention pharmaceuticals. And again, the reason why is you do not want to be on the wrong side of news of a pharmaceutical. You don't want to be on the wrong side of the news on anything, but the wrong side of the news on pharmaceuticals is much, 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 much worse than anybody else. So anyways, that is what it is. Let's see, Patrick. I was sorry, you were mentioning top. Sorry, there's more messages coming in. I have to answer for some support stuff. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch on the tops. Well, that's why this thing is, as far as I'm concerned, is a complete and total day trading vehicle. And there ain't no long-term play in this thing here. Several charting, yeah, $5. I don't think so. There's probably, unfortunately, going to be some people stuck in that long. I mean, really awful. Never like to see that happen to somebody. Here EURN, another deep sea transport as far as energy goes, and again, another long-term trend. Very, very beautiful. And kind of interesting that energy has really been stuck for so long, but we're looking at all these, another DHT, another deep sea transport near at all-time highs. So interesting to see these holding so well, and wonder if energy will get stuck out of the mud. Now, obviously, we're looking at these, and there's been a drubbing today, but the entire market's getting, gap down and a move down. So, more than less kind of expected, or not unusual to say the least. Definitely within the realm of what's going on. CPRX is back up here again now. Oh, no, sorry. I'm looking at from Friday's close. But yeah, CPRX, trying to hang in tight here. A little choppy, not quite the same as what the overall market's doing. So, you had this move out of this here. That there, that's what I'm trying to do. Maybe a smaller one happening here. Maybe not. Maybe this is a good short opportunity. I'm always talking long, right? Maybe this is a good shorting opportunity. Could be. STLD, another one here. Steel Dynamics. This doesn't have quite the nice trend that we've seen in some of these other stocks, but all the same, since this time last year, nothing but strength, basically. It seems like it suffered like everything else did early this current year, and has been very strong ever since. And once again, like I said, several minutes ago, anybody with questions, fire them in here. The support sessions were not meant to be just us talking and all that. Of course, we'll come up with some content for you folks if you don't have any questions, but always better when you folks are asking questions and driving the content. HZNP, I'm going to guess that's some kind of buyout or something. CELH, very strong here. This wicked base here coming out of last year into this year. And I wouldn't say, I'd say this showed weakness coming out of last year and then just kind of seemed to work that weakness out and stay down here when the rest of the market was falling apart. And then we had a summer rally. This rallied and has never really given it back since then. So this is a very nice, interesting looking chart here. I know who they are. Who are you? Soft drink manufacturing, sales distribution, calorie burning beverages, like cucumber lime, orange pomegranate. All right, bunch of nonsense. All the same though, doesn't matter how you're making your money, right? Wow. Who had that on their bingo card starting in 2020? So this is one of those stocks that call this an anomaly. So this is one of those stocks that really lifted off, I'd say benefited from all the easy monetary policy, gave back a very large portion of it and bounced and really hasn't handed it back when a lot of other quote unquote growth stocks have. I don't know if this is necessarily a growth stock or a value stock. I would think this is more of a growth play than value play. 36 million on the float, 8 billion market cap. Is not exactly a mega cap or anything like that. And I don't think this is no Coca-Cola or anything like that, or Pepsi or whoever else. The company's founded in 2004, Boca Raton. Soft drinks. I mean, literally soft drinks. But I guess maybe dieting fad type of thing. So that's all I can say about that. Anyways, chart's a chart, right? It's been on IBD top 50 for a long time. Well, I see some cup and handles in there, and I do know how much the IBD folks love those cup and handles. I mean, that's William J. O'Neill's big staple, especially on the How to Make Money in Stocks. Phenomenal book. Phenomenal trading book. Really kind of changed my mind on some stuff with swing trading and position trading and things like that. Just a really eye-opening book for me personally. So good to know. Thanks, Hertz. I like that. That's kind of sharing that I love to have. Thank you. Appreciate that. HALO, another one here. Therapeutics again. So you got to be careful with these, especially when these get run up so much like this has in the last couple of months. But again, sitting up here near all-time highs. Big base here. Big base there, broke. You had these points. It was really busted out, came back, tested it, and was really busted out again. So I don't know. Looking like a good chart here. I'm just going to kind of continue and go through this list here, as unless someone's got something else to chime in with. Whoops, sorry, I'm watching Iova here. Starting to try to make a break on high day again. Let's see what happens. That looks like here. Interesting. Okay. So Dollar General was sitting real pretty. Came down, got shellacked off of earnings, trying to make a bounce back. Really gapped down on these, or not gapped down. I'd say gapped down to kind of a support area, to be honest. So looking at that there, that was a major support area that it gapped down to. And then it traded all the way down here. And you'd have to come back and not quite a support area that had been for more recent support. This area came down and tested this longer term line, I would say. And has really bounced hard since. So again, value plays, right? 54 billion market cap, 225 million in the float. And pretty strong rebound off that sell-off there, to say the least. Jonathan, I do not use it. I believe it is something that is in the works. I believe you mean like a volume shelf, like, the volume profile that comes this way at like prices or whatever. Is that what you're talking about, Jonathan? I know that there was something being worked on to it. The dev team really gives us very, very, very little insight into what they're doing because they don't want us coming out here and talking about it and then having people constantly emailing saying, oh, you said. So I know there was something. I know there was something in the works on it. Where it stands and if it ever actually gets followed through on, that I can't speak to because I just don't have that information. But I can tell you without a question, I saw some stuff in the behind the scenes a couple of, I don't know if it was weeks ago or months ago, with charts being actively worked on it. Where it stands now, that I just don't know. But yeah, like I said, was without a question something going on with it. And where it lays in that set of actively being worked on items, that I couldn't say. So, all right, there's our Dollar General. I mean, I know that charts are one of the things that we've been trying to do more work on than, we've ever done before, to kind of really make TI a one-stop shop. And so nobody's going anywhere else for charts whatsoever because nobody has live data like we have, but there are people that have much more chart functions than we do. I mean, the odds of us having everything ever, that's never going to happen. But, we certainly will be adding things that are popular in time, and that is a popular thing. So I do suspect that will come. KBR, this is interesting because aren't these home builders? KBR, no. Oh no, it's KBH or KHB or something like that. I don't know who this is. So, decent float, not a large cap on this. But again, it's had a nice trend moving up. Might be one of those ones to keep an eye on if it can bust back above this level. I don't know, it's 55. I think kind of the level. You can get up above 55, then you're looking, that's going to be the all-time high right there, 56 and change, 56.94. It depends, Red Portfolio. On day trading, really kind of looking for momentum or something that's had momentum and maybe pulled back to a key level during the day to take a bounce on that. With swing trading, I guess kind of the same thing, but when I'm looking at swing trading stuff, I don't want to look at things that are, really kind of been a part of low float pump and dump schemes and stuff like that. I want to find things that, look really strong, something like CPRX here. So, I've been tracking this for a while again. I've had some winners and losers on this in the past, back in here and in here. But I've been watching this here and kind of watching for a break above this level that I feel is a good buy. The issue is that this is a pharmaceutical company. So, I'm really cautious with pharmaceutical companies. You just never know when you're going to wake up and all of a sudden, you're trading down here because something didn't go your way. But this is kind of stuff that I'd look for here, something that's been strong to the overall market. and looking for that next leg up, essentially. Really what I'm going over here in these charts are things that I would be looking for, charts I'm looking for. I want to buy stocks that are going up. I'm not a bottom fisher. I'm not a value hunter in the sense of, oh, this company was, way up here and now it's way down here and it's probably due for a bounce like that. I don't believe in that. I believe stocks that are going up will go up until they're acted upon by a force to stop them from going up. I believe stocks going down will continue to go down until they're acted upon by a force. I'm not into predicting those forces. I'm into riding trends. So when something is trending down, that's that, So, something like this, I shared the scan before there, Red Portfolio, if you're interested. You can scroll up above and find it. If you don't find it, let me know. I'll look for the link again and share it again. But I'm really, a trend follower. Something like, what else? What's another stock that looked good? EURN here. Got a really nice trend for a long time in this. We made this move up, a pull back to this level here, right? If we can kind of clear this $20, that looks good to me, something like that. If you weren't here earlier, I'm not putting on any long trades moving into the new year. Any long swing trades anyways. Some day trading will still happen, obviously. But something day trading wise, let's see. Something like this here. This has got crazy liquidity and crazy volume in it. If this thing takes out the high of the day and, the volume comes back, that's something I would trade. That's something I'd probably jump into. Not saying if it takes out the high of the day, I'm getting in the trade for sure, but I'm watching it for sure. It's on my radar. It is a high probability I could trade this, but I'm going to need volume to come back into this. DBGI, I took something in this earlier, on the second 15-minute bar when sellers couldn't really bring it back down. I grabbed it knowing that $5 would be a struggle, got out just below $5. And then I waited to see if, we could break $5 and move on from it. Couldn't do it. So I'm very, I pay attention to whole numbers. I pay big attention to whole numbers, things of that nature. It's all psychological, Still, I would say this is not over here. This trade is not over. Again, it's going to need volume to come back in. We're in what I consider the sleepy part of the day for the most part. I'd say sometime in between 11:30 and 11:45 Eastern. Market goes to sleep till about, could wake up as early as, let's say, 2:15, as late as 2:45, I would say. And that's when I start to look to possibly put on some day trades again. And so those are the things that I look for. Looking for a lot of stuff coming out of these windows here. I had a lot of price alerts today that I set. These were all price alerts I set from today, and nothing had follow through on a lot of the stuff here. TXMD. It had this early big move, and that was it. Now, maybe if I was following a little closer and didn't get involved in other trades on this pullback to 450 seems to be a big number. Bounced hard off that 450 number. That would have been a great trade. But I got involved in other things. But that's something else that I would look for right there. That's definitely something that would have been in my wheelhouse. Plenty of volume, plenty of liquidity in the stock today, plenty of interest in it. I just gotten involved in a few other trades, so that's why I kind of stuck it out like that. I don't play based on Bollingers, Jonathan, at all. All I use the Bollinger for is I wanted to find something more than just change from open to find some strength. That's all. So let me come to the top list so I can go into the configure of it. But Bollinger Bands play no factor in anything I do whatsoever. I was trying to come up with a creative way to say, all right, I want to look for stocks that are, strong from the open and have a little bit of volume behind them. But, aside from just sorting on change from open, because look, there's nothing else I'm filtering on. I'm just filtering for price and some shares for the day and a little bit of volume to make sure the stock is active on the day, that it's not, that it's not just sitting there, 15,000 shares traded, then half an hour later, 20,000 shares traded, and then 45 minutes later, 6,000 shares traded. Because at first, when I was using this type of scanning or using this like that, that's what I was looking at. That's a lot of the stuff that was coming through the races. So I added a short-term volume filter, intraday volume filter, just for that purpose, to weed out those kinds of stocks. But I needed something more to show me some momentum. And so I played with RSI, but it wasn't, I used RSI for a couple of months. I used RSI from like beginning of January until I had some stuff with RSI in it until probably actually June, to be honest. But they worked well for about 3 months. And then like the next 3.5 months, I really wasn't seeing stuff that I liked out of them, to be honest. And then so I experimented with this Bollinger Band idea, and it's worked ever since. And the idea, as always, is break of the top band is bullish momentum, break of the lower band is bearish momentum. That's as going as simplified as I can with it. I know a lot of people like a revision to the mean on Bollinger Bands. Break of the lower band means a revision back to the mean, but that's how I did it. So that's that there. No, I don't think there's specific types of tickers that don't work well with the score filter. I would say it's works well with anything as long as it's meeting whatever the formula is that Andy and Michael had come up with. I don't really remember, to be honest, what that formula is. I think there's like some debt to cash ratio stuff in there. There's like a couple of fundamental things in there, and it's like 75% technical analysis. I think like some position in range. I don't remember if it's position in lifetime range or shorter term position in range. But it should work with anything as long as it's it should work with anything, to be honest. Even technically, it should work with OTC stocks even just fine, I think. I don't see why it wouldn't, to be honest. Yeah, I think it should work with those. I can't think of any reason. I'm trying to, think of some reason that it might not. Yeah, sure. We've got filters for that. So like if we come into the configure and we go to search and go, instead of all filters, we can go with fundamentals. And this is what we have here. World Cup's got me distracted too. I've got it on in the back. It's been a distraction. It was kind of just sad what I just watched in it right now. I won't lie. Anyways, but enough of that. So, we've got all these different filters in here, Red Portfolio. So you could, put any one of these in, give them minimum values, sort on, one of them if you wanted, but you got, cash to debt ratio, current debt, assets, income to debt ratio, revenue, quarterly revenue growth, so there's a lot there, good amount. Yes. What else is there? Is there anything? Yeah, you got your EPS, estimated annual, so on and so forth. So, even beta here. You wanted to stay away from high beta stocks and look for more low beta stocks, which has been the play over the last year plus. So yeah, quite a bit to work on there for fundamentals, more than I realized, to be honest. I've known some traders in the past that their philosophy is the fundamentals tell me what to buy, the technicals tell me when to buy. So certainly some things that can be constructed out of that for those that like to go that route. Let's see what else. There we go. Yeah, it was just showing the you asked about fundamentals. So there, we have a ton of fundamental filters. So you come into search and we go to just fundamentals. These are all filters that exist that are fundamental filters here. Market cap, shares outstanding, held by insiders, held by institutions, current cash, current assets, current debt, cash to debt ratio, income to debt ratio, interest income, revenue, quarterly growth, all the way down to beta. So, just a ton of stuff there. Unfortunately, Jonathan, we can't compare candles like that. There's really no way to do that. You'd have to work within the system, which is all in time frames. So, You're looking at, change 5 minutes, either percent or dollar, and then, change 15-minute percent or dollar. So you have to do something with those there. There's no way to look at candles, unfortunately. At the strategies tab. No, this is just you can look in these things here. I don't know what's in here. I've honestly never bothered looking at this. I build scan. When I decide to build a scan, I just do it from scratch. I go through and pick out what I want for the scan itself. You can't look at the candles, Jonathan. There's no way to look at the candle itself. Only in these time frames. So, you have to work with the filters here. There's no filter that says, can I see something 51% above or 50.1? There's no filter that says, can I see something X amount above whatever, there might be something in the custom realm that could be done on the time frames themselves, but again, it won't look at the candles. There's no filters looking at candles like that, unfortunately. Consecutive candles would be the closest thing, or the only thing, I should say. Everything else looks at time frames. Anything candle related is going to be alerts. And like I said, these consecutive candle filters here, but that's not really going to get you what you want, I don't think. I don't know, maybe one consecutive 5-minute candle or two consecutive 5-minute candles and one consecutive 15-minute candles. With that. Nah, that still wouldn't really do what you want, though. I'm going to topless so it wouldn't show alerts anyways. Range won't do you any good. Yeah, consecutive candles is the only thing that's going to be candle related. So you gotta, you have to pick and choose in these here. Let's see something. Top list. Let's see. Change. I wonder what this would do. I'm just curious what this would return for you here. That's completely subjective, Red Portfolio. I couldn't even begin to venture how to answer that. Good news versus bad news. I mean, good news is phase 3 gets approved by FDA or something like that. Bad news, phase 3 gets denied by FDA. That would be an example of good news versus bad news. As far as great or good news goes, I mean, that's that's like asking someone, what's the best slice of pizza in the world? You ask 100 people, you're going to get, 100 different answers. But I would say that, good news versus great news, I would say look at the reaction more than anything else. I think you'd want to do, because it's not always the news, it's the reaction to the news and then the follow-up to that reaction. Oftentimes we've seen an earnings report come out for a company that the general consensus is that everybody talking is saying, oh, that was a good earnings report, and we see a company's prices suffer after that earnings report, right? And then vice versa. We see we see an earnings report come out that looked really poor, and next thing you know, the stock is off to the races and it never looks back. So it becomes a very subjective type of thing, based on traders and investors and what they're looking for, essentially.
Yeah, I've got my compare count charts over on the side here. I don't use them a ton anymore. I used to. I don't use them as much as I used to be honest. They're just kind of there. So sorry, I was doing something with this here to see if I could find you anything that you might like here. Of course, it's giving me all these inverse ETFs. All I did here was on the configure, give it it's got to be above the last 5 minutes and above the last 15, maybe 0.5, just to plug in a number and try something here. Oh, wow. No, that just killed everything. Although the entire market's fading, so finding something that's up in the half a percent in the last 5 minutes is probably not ideal to look for at the moment. Yeah, 0.1% might be more realistic on this day. A little bit better. Still just showing it's all inverse ETFs almost essentially. Yeah, that's not at all what you want to see. No, that's not what you want to see. Trying to think about it in my head, a way that a custom might be done for that. I mean, you might try something like 15 minutes. I'm trying to think. There might be some kind of custom that's, because like we can do this for volume and comparing time frames and volume. So like, for example, this here, I just put it out there like this. So I put it in the, so you might be able to do something like this, but with the comparing of the time frames. Because even though it's not comparing candles, I mean, it's in the ballpark of what you want to do. And that comes from, let me pull a document over. That comes from this here in the custom formulas page, or one of them, the instructions, the PDF instructions for custom formulas. So like with volume, you can take and make comparisons of volumes and time frames. So you might be able to do something similar to that with comparing time frames. Again, it's not going to be exactly what you're looking for, but I bet you it might return it'll return ideas that you'll definitely want to see. And not like, I'd say like 10 ideas you don't like for one idea you do like, because any scan could do that. You know what I mean? Any scan, can find one or two setups out of, hundreds of alerts or hundreds of symbols that you'll like. I would say this would, be more in line with a 1-to-1 or a 2-to-1 ratio, something like that, something more manageable for the alerts and or ideas generated through. So you might look at trying to do something like this. I don't know how familiar you are or not with customs. If you're not that familiar with customs, send us an email, and we can ship off some different documentation and videos for you to take a look at, and then peruse through those, and then hit us with questions from there. I am not a custom formulas person. I know the basics of it, and that's really it. So that's why I'm kind of pointing you towards easy documentation here that I'm aware of. Yeah, of course, Jonathan, you got it. Sometimes I can't always get people what they want, but I can point them in the direction to get them there. Oh, SHPH.
Christopher.
Barry.
Yeah, it's funny you talk about custom formulas. My guess is that maybe 1%, even less, of our customers use custom formulas.
Yeah, I would say that. Oh wow, look at SHPH.
Yeah, actually, I'm more into VFC. This is one that we're calling this morning as a potential short. My third crack at it. First crack lost a little. Second crack did okay, and now it's really moving down.
Oh wow, yeah.
VFC.
Ouch.
Anytime, I know you don't look at news, but anytime you see a headline like CEO abruptly resigns.
Yeah. I mean, you can't. I don't look at the news, but it doesn't. I don't scan based on news, but I mean, if I'm gonna, if I see something's got something really going on in a chart, I'm certainly gonna take a quick gander at what IB's saying.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't scan. Well, yeah, right. We can't really scan for the news, but if I see, you're right. I mean, when I click on a symbol, I see, wow, this is really something's happening here. Is there news? That's all.
Yeah, exactly.
And so those CEO abruptly resignate, and then also guiding poorly. I mean, they don't have earnings until the 27th of January, but they're already sort of preconditioning.
I was going to say they're prepping everybody for something ugly coming.
Exactly.
For them to be prepping that far out, I mean, that's bad. That's real bad.
That's real bad. So I'm just kind of cruising down on that one for a bit.
I thought,
and I'll let you go if you'd like to go.
Yeah. The last thing I'm going to throw out there. So I entered a spot in IOVA here. Let's see if it can take anything out, but I was watching it for a while, and when it cracked 8, I thought, oh wow, this might actually be a good short back down into that gap. I didn't jump on it short at that time, but considered it, and now I got in a couple of minutes ago here.
And you know the news.
Something with the CEO buying a bunch of shares or something.
Yeah, like 10 million at 10 million shares at 650.
Yeah, I only knew because you posted it. Other than that, I just saw the chart, and I was looking at the indicator here, and I see that it bounced back on this here. So I said, all right, let's take a stab at it. We're not going to go betting the farm or anything like that, but let's see.
Actually, wasn't the CEO? It was just a director. But
one of the directors. Okay,
just a director, but. Right. I always say nobody forces people to do that unless they want to.
Yeah.
So it's not like a force. Sometimes, I always think that insider buys way. I think you said the same thing. Insider buy is way more important than insider selling, unless there's a ton of it. Like every C-suiter is selling. But you
exactly.
never know. Why am I selling? Well, I got a kid to put through Harvard, or I got, my third ex-wife is demanding more. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm putting an extension on the house. I'm taking
yeah,
a sabbatical of my, the next, 2 years of my life.
exactly.
I have
So I don't.
end of life care for a loved one. I mean, there's a
Yeah,
million
there's
and
so
one
many
reasons to
reasons.
sell,
So
but
many
there's only
reasons.
one reason to buy, and generally speaking, there's only one reason to buy.
Yeah,
So
your guy's putting his money where his mouth is, for sure.
yeah, that's without any question. So, all right,
Okay,
Mister,
my
I
friend.
will let you take it all back, and
Okay.
I don't know.
Done.
Will I see you later today, or will I talk to you later today?
Do we have that thing at 1:30 or at?
I'm guessing. Nobody said we
Okay.
don't. So
Okay. Yeah.
I
Well,
was
then I'll be
banking
there
on.
if we do.
Sounds wonderful. I'll see you then, my friend.
Okay. Bye
Take
bye.
it easy, Barry.
All right, guys, in YouTube, I am back in, and announcement. Yeah, so VFC guys, I mean, I know Shady was all over this. This is my third at it. I said that if it broke down through, and right when I was taking my break, that was my key level right there. So first time took a little. Second time did okay. Third time though, this has been the nice one. So when it took out that 30, what was it, 30.21? So it was right when I was taking my break. So I'm still in this one, and we'll see how far down it can go. The next low looking left is 28.12. So that is kind of the next level that hey, maybe we can achieve that. And yeah, no, I did not take the short on AGL, Citron. So I guess Citron is now back to shorting, right? I mean, they basically swore off shorting during the meme craze. At least they said that's it for us. But I guess they're. I think I recall one other one, or maybe they've been shorting now. Well, shorting, putting out the short reports for a while now. But they seem to they were swearing off it because I think I got just hammered with GME and maybe even AMC. I don't know. One of those meme stocks anyway. I think it just got hammered. So AGL, I didn't read what they said, but obviously it worked for a while anyway. And now we've had a little bit of a pop for AGL. Shoot, I'm not in this one. This is the one I was looking to get in just under 15, but again, I was on my break, but I did take the VFC. So, but this one again, now this is an all-time low. I mean, every time it makes a low, it's an all-time low for ASAN. Mr. Mike, third ex-wife. Well, that's not me. That's definitely not me. Okay, so now let's take a look at the histogram for VFC. I usually pay attention to the histogram in the afternoon when a lot of data has been built up more. So what you're seeing here. So again, tomorrow, Michael Noss will be in the YouTube room. You can ask him again, ask him every single week, when will this histogram be ready? I don't know what I know he's planning to do some more things with it, but at any rate, so this is an indicator that is not available to you guys, but the premise is this. When you see short bars like this, it's a ratio. So it's comparing bullish versus bearish candlestick patterns, okay? So when you see this, and I'm not saying this, I mean, especially if it really started to excuse me, decrease it even more. But these are not high. But all of a sudden, if you saw something, starting to move higher and higher, you might want to take some profit, depending where you got in to this VFC. But if you look at it on a 5-minute chart, look at this. I mean, this is just dwindling. So again, the theory being is, so if you had let's see one that is maybe moving higher. Yeah, so I mean, you look at EH. Now, I'm not saying to take this, okay? I'm just saying, but this is what the histogram is trying to tell you a little bit, is that, you know what? The bullish candlestick patterns versus the bearish, the ratio of bullish to bearish is really good, high. Well, and you're perfect circle. It's funny. You are right about ASAN, ASAN. You're absolutely right about that one. It's funny because Michael Noss, I remember him talking about that one when it was in the 70s and he was buying stuff. He was buying it exactly for the reason what you're talking about. Now, I think he's cut his losses and all, but yeah, so we're talking about when I was in the YouTube room, we're talking with Chris. We're talking about insider buys versus insider sales, and how I always put more credence on the buys than the sells because guys can sell for any reason. Now, unless you see every single C-suiter just unloading their shares, but if you get a guy said, you know what, he's putting his kid through Harvard, or who knows why somebody is selling. Okay, as long as it's not en masse, but buying I mean, nobody is forcing usually, unless these are, sometimes these C-suiters, they have to buy a certain amount each quarter. But that guy who bought 10 million shares at 650, I don't think anybody told him he had to. And I'm talking about the IOVA. But conversely, if you look at the filings for VFC, the CEO was buying back here, and he's way underwater, unless I don't know what he's back in this level, in the 60s. Sorry, in the way up here, maybe even here in the between 60 and 80. You can look at his filings where he's buying. Obviously, if you were going on that, but again, you always have to have a stop. So it's not like you're saying, "Well, you know what? If he must know something, so I'm going to get in with him at 60, and I don't care. It's now at 29 because it's got to come back up." No, no, no. So I see somebody asked a question. I'm sure Chris answered you. I don't know if you're still around. Red Portfolio. What is good news versus great news for companies? I don't know how he answered it. So as far as the pre-skit, Steve asked a question about if this is in a YouTube room, is there a scanner preset that searches for potential squeezes, short interest extremely high with momentum volume increasing? So let me just take a look here in our doc channel bar. I don't know if we still have short squeeze. Okay, so one of the channels is called short squeeze. And basically what it's looking for, yeah, so where the short float is at least 15% of the total float. Okay. So, I mean, that is typically, maybe what I would do is at least start there. I mean, but you can take a look at this one. It's called short hedge funds could be in panic mode. Okay. And the volume in the last 5 minutes is 250,000, 250% of normal. And it's just making a new high. So you could take this one Okay, and you can massage it. I mean, first of all, I think that I would probably change the price range. I mean, between 50 cents and 2,000. I mean, it's up to you. It's up to you. But this one is basically looking at potential short squeezes, if you want to call it that. But it's certainly the short interest is high. So, I mean, I can give this to you, but you should be able, you should go to you can go to the short squeeze or the squeeze channel. And that alert window there, the short hedge funds could be in panic mode. Okay. So you can can you do that? Hopefully, Steve, you were, yeah, okay. And then you know the drill. I mean, you might want to, change it up a little bit. You might want a different price range. You might want to put a different minimum volume, things like that. But, and you might even want to increase the short float percent, from 15 to 20. That's up to you. That'll be totally up to you. But that at least gets you started. Okay. Hey, no problem. Guys, this is a second day continuation of earnings. SOL. So it had earnings, they released earnings. Basically, the reaction is on the second. So you can see right there. And so SOL, so it took out it closed near the 200-day moving average. This morning it dipped down below it, but it's now above it. Now the only issue I've got, I mean, it's got a little bit of room to the next high, 577 from 540. All right, what's the volume like? Volume's not terrible. 500,000 shares. So I mean, you could look at this one as a potential, something that might have a little more run in it, and that is SOL. Okay, guys, so I've taken some off of the VFC at the 50-cent level. Okay, I'm looking at these bottoming tails now, and look at the histogram. See the histogram, how it's starting to inch its way up on the 15-minute chart. See how it's flat, 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 but now we're starting to get a little more perhaps bullish action in the candlestick patterns versus the bearish action. So when I see that tells me maybe you should take some off. So I've taken some off around that 29.50 mark. And that is from the 30-20. As I said, I was very interested in getting it in the 20s for the third time. But look at the histogram. See how that is just starting to move up. So I guess red is not in the room anymore. Okay. Just looking at some of Zach's bounce plays. Some of them look pretty awesome. How's that? I don't think the trade of the week, I don't believe it's triggered. No, not even close. So the trade of the week triggers 967, so it is not triggered. Don't count the pre-market. I don't even know if it got to 967 in the pre-market. No. So this does not mean it's a bad trade of the week. It just means it hasn't triggered yet, and it may not. Have another 2 days for it to trigger, and then I mean you can play it anytime you want, of course, but I think what Steve says, if it hasn't triggered by Wednesday, then it becomes something that is not followed anymore. It doesn't mean you can't follow it, but for the statistics that kind of chart how well they're doing. Well, here's another one not drifting down. Look at this 3-day move on Comstock Resources. So yeah, I mean, look at some of these energy plays, guys, are starting to energy's getting a little weak here. Here's CRK, and this is now. Sorry, I have my symbol crashing, telling me. So this is making another high here, guys. TXMD. I see it had any news this morning. I don't see. Yes, okay. So I don't know when that news hit. So this is that looked like this news was on Friday anyway. Just sort of recapping it. Now you would think this would be up a lot more. The reason I say that, they're receiving an upfront payment of 140 million, and it only has 8 million in the float. Right, I mean, this seems like unbelievable news, unless I'm reading, I need William here, but wow, I mean, with only 8 million in the float. I'm missing something. I gotta be missing something. Anybody with better analytics than I do, taking a look at this TXMD and that press release, and it's only 1.8 million shares have traded, 8 million in the float. Well, Asan continues now. Do I want to take this right now? ASAN on the short. This is the low of the day now. SDHY, so fast. Let's see, take a look at it. Yeah, what is this? I never understand these ones. High yield opportunities fund common shares. Yeah. Some of these things that you would think wouldn't trade like this, so volatile in such a volatile nature, and then they do this. Is that it, Ija? Okay. Ija's saying that TXMD has a history of reverse splits. Probably why not trading so good yet. I will do my grammar correction for you. Trading not so well yet. So market is still trying to hold that 400. So Dow's down, everything's down. Okay. That is not true, Ija. That is not true. Grammar is grammar. I haven't seen this one for a while, guys. This was a very active one. USEA. Yeah, Poe, I agree. It's kind of slim pickings, if you're looking for, I mean, I've done okay on the VFC, but I've missed some things though. I mean, I should be in the ASAN on a short, but it was sort of break time. On the daily for fetch, take a look. FPCH. Let's see what the low of this candle is. I mean, it's very close if it isn't. Low is 548. And come on. And the low of this one. So technically not. Technically not, because meanwhile, TXMD now is finally ripping. Yeah, technically not, okay? Because the low of that candle is 548. The low of that candle is 525. So it's not completely engulfed. But I mean, this is, basically an all-time low right here. 527 takes that out. So all I had to do is start talking about it. TXMD. I mean, that's a nice pop from 5 to 550 like that. All right, UNG, so natural gas on the way down here, UNG. Cort, guys, C-O-R-T. So on Friday, it held the 200-day moving average, and not today. So now Cort is down, moving down. The histogram is moving higher. So let's just take a look to see what is happening looking left on this. Have to get a weekly chart up, and then we'll see, maybe get a better picture. There we go. All right, so on the weekly chart, the next low is what, 2371. So it's just below that low. So the next low is 2075. So there is room. There's $3 down to the low of that next of the weekly. Okay, so but what gives me pause is this histogram is moving higher, which means that even though it looks like they should be, you should be shorting this right now. I mean, again, nothing is 100%. Of course, there is not one indicator that is 100%, but this is giving me a little bit of pause. Otherwise, I'd like to short this, coming out of this break down below the VWAP. Yeah, so TXMD, I mean, on the weekly chart, 681 is the next high. And it continues to make a new high of the day. Not in it, not in this one. So, I mean, this looks like it should be in store for some kind of a bounce, maybe PYCR. Just looking at this daily chart, looks like 27 should hold it. No, it's just down below the 200-day though. So selling shareholders offload shares worth 772 million at a 4% discount. Okay. So it's kind of it's a financing. Oh my goodness, SADX. I mean, I know this was a $20 stock last week. Yeah. So SADX is doing its thing. SATX. Highly risky. Look at that spread, 2681, 2850, basically making it untradeable. They're daring you to they're daring you, to take that trade. Maybe you can get in the middle, but okay. So this WDH, yeah, this is a big break here. And I'm sure somebody must have been talking about this. DBGI, is this the level that I was watching? Yes. So look at this, guys. 516 was that next high looking left. It got up there briefly and trying to take it out. It's going to be wild because I mean the float is, even if that's not exactly correct. I mean that's what our provider has, 500,000 in the float, which is insanely low. But the big deal is look left, 780 is the next high. 780. And so this stock is sitting at 524. It's just, you know what? I think this is the one I've done some checking on in terms of the float, and it's nobody else is showing that low a float, but it's still low. Yeah, this is the one where, yeah, I've got like a million, 1.5, 1.5, 1 million. Wall Street Journal has, so it's low. I mean, it is in a range from about a million to a million and a half. Our provider has 500,000, but I mean, it is very, very low, that float. So beautiful on the way up, not so good on the way down. Just trying to warn, the volatility of something like this can be extreme. Well, this TXMD, guys, I mean, it's rocking now. I mean, I was musing why it hadn't moved, and just after that, it started to move. And it's not me, I know that, but and the room it's got 582. That's the next high, and then after that, 614. And if it gets through all that, then 687. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but okay. So here is this. I don't know. Well, I know I can read high yield opportunities funds commons PGIM short duration. So this is just ripping here. We don't have any float information on this whatsoever. This could go absolute. Well, it is already going crazy. It's only up 2.8% though through the 200-day, but I've no float information on this. Volume is pretty good, 728,000. Give me a moment, please. What's that? Oh, the tree. Okay. Well, I just move it to the side. What's that? No, no. Yeah, no, they'll move it. Guys, so I am back. Now I'm going to be about 11:15 getting some furniture, 11:15. So what time is that? 2:15 Eastern time. So I'm getting some furniture delivered. So I will be taking a break between that and whenever they finish. Okay. Somebody said they can hear my dog. Yeah, yeah, Poe, who mentioned that? Maybe holding the financing. Yeah, you're right. Tops now is halted. It was halted at what time? 1:40. So it's been halted for about a minute, I guess. And where will it open? So the financing was at $2, I believe. It'll be interesting to see where this opens right now. So here is, this is from Interactive Brokers, time and sales from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas, this blue box I'm showing you. So there's the halt for tops at 227, projected open, not really giving you much of a clue. I mean, I doubt very much it's going to open right around the halt price. Maybe wrong, but so somebody asked me last week, how would I play a halt? Well, first of all, when it comes out of the halt, I'm not going to chase it. I mean, it's going higher, I'm not chasing it. But here's the halt price at 227. Again, this is not investment advice. Okay, but here's the halt price at 227. If it opens, meanwhile, TXMB just going crazy. So if it opens underneath 227, or maybe it pops a little bit above, gets to 234, and then it moves back down, maybe to 220, sits there, and then it pops above that 227, that first halt price, that is when I may take some. Okay, so in other words, comes out of the halt, maybe a little pop, a little bit of a drop through the first halt price, and then back up through it. That's sometimes when I might take it. Well, how crazy is this? I was complaining, well, why isn't this moving? TXMD, why isn't this moving with all that? And I was saying, where's William? And since I said that, it's gone from 5 to 6. And it's not because of me. It's just a coincidence. But Okay, tops came out of its halt. What did it do? See, it didn't do it. So it just kept moving. Lots of people, of course, interested in this one because of what it did. Yeah, I mean, this got up to $6. So, I mean, that's why people are going to be, some traders are going to be really interested in this. It's actually not as volatile as I thought it would be. 237, 239, 240 bid ask. Okay, so now what I'm going to do with the DBGI is I'm going to set another alert at that 514 level, 516 level, and see if it takes it out the second time and continues from there. That's the problem, when you've got such a low float, it can be very, very volatile. So, but look how juicy that would be if it ever got going with that high of 780 next. All right, NKTX. Oh, this right down here is its all-time low, 781. I have to stick an alert there, a price alert for 781 to see if it takes that out because that's an all-time low. And that's for the NKTX. This is actually, tops has actually settled down a lot more than I thought it would. Well, there's your VWAP too. Yeah, 299 is the VWAP for so Poe's talking about a dip buy at 307 with a stop at basically the VWAP, which is 299, $3. So the high is what, 341. So I mean that would be, if it could get up there, that would be a good risk reward. 7 cents. And if it moved 32 cents for you, yeah, that'd be a 4-to-1 approximately. A little more. Okay, how's AMT done? How is it done? Oh, okay. So I gave it up. I don't look at Ape. There's somebody I know who loves Ape. Ugly, just ugly. Okay. Ooh, I'm gonna regret not being in this short at ASAN. The prison stock, Geo, what is it doing? Let's see, the high looking left is 1227, so that doesn't interest me. Okay, this could maybe too far away from the VWAP. Too bad. I wish I'd seen this one, SNDX, near the VWAP, because it looks like it could have a bit of a run in it. Though the high is 26, doesn't look, yeah. To me, again, it looks like 26 could block it. There's the highs in the pre-market. I mean, this is close to a lifetime high even. Talking about the SNDX. Okay, so obviously precious metals must be moving down. This is the inverse. And I can see that AG is not looking like it's going to trigger. This is the trade of the week, but it's did not trigger. 967 is the trigger. Doesn't look like it's going to trigger. I guess if I looked at fibs or something, I could try to figure this out. But I mean, this is just a catastrophe for ASAN. I mean, they've had earnings, so you can't expect anything good now. The few earnings plays, guys. So this is a VERU, really not doing too much. Getting close to the VWAP. Maybe if it takes out the VWAP, maybe it would have some room. The high was 650. But we're kind of scrounging right now. Look at TXMD though. TXMD came right back. TXMD came right back down to 563 and right back. Yeah. Well, it depends on, a bad day, good day in terms of, I mean, the market. I mean, bad market, but you got to be prepared to short, I guess. Ah, okay, guys. So yeah, I just heard the guy saying TNXP has a $6 price valuation. Sure, why not? 40 cents. And they had news this morning, collaboration with Boston Children's Hospital. Okay, but I don't know who's putting a $6 price valuation on these guys, unless it's Goldman. I don't care. Oh my goodness. I didn't realize it was under $1 SDC. Yeah, you want to get an earful, ask your dentist what they think of Smile Direct. My goodness. 50-cent stock. Well, guys, keep an eye on EH. I mean, EH is trying to hold a VWAP. VWAP is a 712, so it's right at the VWAP, okay? But if it gives it up, this could be the start of the big down movement for it. If it really gives it up, especially if it takes out 7. Hey guys, again, will this one, the PYCR, looking at 27, looks like it could hold it, though it's, this is a bad day. I mean, it's breaking down through the 200-day moving average. But, it looks like maybe 27 can hold it, but if it doesn't, another one looking very bleak, and that is the PYCR. Boy, TXMD is still strong, guys. TXMD still strong, trying to take out that 6 level. As I say, I mean, if it can get through 614, I mean, your next high is 681 and then 698. So, I mean, if it can get through 619, it still has some room to run if it wants to. Just as I'm saying that, here it starts to go. Yeah, it's a long halt. It's a long halt for this WB. Well, it's another sub $1 stock, but yeah, it's a long halt. Over an hour now. I think it halted at 103.13 and we are now 103.48. So yeah, it's over an hour halt. WBEV. Waiting for news. What possible news could they have? All right, guys, give me a moment. I'm expecting some a delivery very soon. So and it's some furniture. So it's going to take a bit of time. All right, guys. So DBGI coming back. Okay, guys, what I'm going to do right now, because these guys, the furniture guys, are coming any moment now. So I just want to put this in here. I'm still here until I'm not here, of course. Unmute for a while. Okay, DBGI still is kind of doing its thing, getting up to that level and then coming right back down. So a little bit erratic. Got to watch this one tomorrow, okay? IOVA. You got to watch it. Well, you don't got it, but I'm going to be watching this one tomorrow. IOVA. I'm surprised it hasn't moved more on that insider buy of $65 million worth, $65 million worth at 650. So we got a good price on it, 10 million shares at 650. And, I mean, it's up 20%, but that's a big, I can't remember seeing that big a buy on something like a stock like this anyway. 888 is the next high looking left, and that is for the IOVA. Well, Zach, what do you think? SDHY, this is shortable for me. I'm not going to be able to do it because these furniture guys are coming any moment now, but SDHY, interesting. The low is around 15. Probably obviously way more up here would have been a better one, but There's the VWAP though, also 1572. So let's see what it does at the VWAP. Yeah, the spread has actually tightened a little bit, 1587, 1590. That is for the SDHY. Well, there they are, guys. Okay, so I'm putting myself on mute right now. The furniture guys are here. Hi guys, yeah, so it's probably going to be a while. What time is it now? 2:29. Yeah, we could be until maybe 2:45, even 3 o'clock. So just to let you know. Okay, guys, I'm sort of back. I think I'm going to shut everything down now. It's taking quite a bit longer than they thought and I thought. So apologize for that, but I'll open tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. Let me just get my script together. Tuesday, yeah, 8 o'clock tomorrow. Okay, everybody, so thanks for all the help again this morning or today. And have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Bye-bye.